from Brexit Britain, and welcome to FOSS Talk Live 2021. I'm Joe, and coming up, we're going to have a series of live shows. We're going to have the Linux lads in just a second, and then at 8 o'clock is going to be Late Night Linux, and then at 9 o'clock, we're going to have Ubuntu Voltage, which is the Ubuntu podcast plus Stuart Langridge. And I think they've been working pretty hard on that show, so it should be interesting. And then at 10 p.m., we're going to have a special one-off The New Show with me, Popey, and Dan. So send in your questions for that. We've got some questions already, but we can always do with a couple more maybe. So this is your last chance over the next hour or so, let's say. You can tweet them at us at Ask New Show. So send them in. You can chat via the YouTube chat. So if you're watching this on a device that doesn't have it, then try and use a browser or something. And there's quite a few people in the chat there already. And afterwards, normally we go to the Water Rats up the road from the Harrison, because of course this is the first time we're doing this virtually. But instead of that, I thought we could meet up on the Late Night Linux Mumble. So the address for the details of that, latenightlinux.com/mumble. So once we're all done, I mean, you could get in there early if you want and chat to each other, but some of us who are doing the shows will be in there later. So once this is ended, probably around about 11 p.m. tonight, we'll leave this stream up. And at some point, Marius will then edit the individual shows and upload them to the channel. So if you do want to catch them after the fact, then you can do. And I just want to say a huge thank you to Martin Wimpress and Marius Quabec of NerdZoom. They've put this all together, basically. I'm supposedly the organizer, but really I've done nothing. It's all on them, all the visual stuff. That cool video that you saw before we started this, that was Marius who edited that together. So thank you both for making this happen. So without further ado then, welcome Linux lads.
Yay!
Hey.
Hello.
FOSS Talk Live 2021. How are we?
Not too bad, not too bad. It's been sweaty as balls all week.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is so yeah, as Joe mentioned before, big huge thanks to Martin and Marius Quebec for all this setup that you're seeing now. It's bloody
Huge, thank
incredible.
you. Yeah.
Tad says, "Hey lads," in the chat. Hello, Tad. How are you? Yeah. So yeah, we all have a beer. I'm kind of cheated. I have a non-alcoholic beer. But
I'm representing the Irish.
I'm up early tomorrow. I'm being responsible, you know. But throat's going dry. The nerves are kicking in.
I'm representing Sweden, even though nothing to do with them.
Even though you're not from Sweden.
Yeah. Been there once though. Nice place.
Oh Lord. Okay. So what we did for this show, last time, I don't know if anyone remembers, we did a little bit of a talky one, but we wanted to do something a bit more interactive that suits this format a bit better. So in honor of the pandemic, FOSS Talk Pandemic Edition, you know, don't mention the event and all that, we decided to lean into that and just think, well, the age of presentations and Zoom calls and all that sort of stuff, it's slowly but surely going to come to an end in the next few months or half a year, maybe 2 years, who knows. So yeah, we just thought we'd go out with a bang with one final last hurrah of a really shitty slideshow. So I really hope you have all stretched your cringe muscles because they're about to get a workout. Oh yeah.
Before we begin, Sláinte lads, and Sláinte too, and that is cheers, or in Irish. So
Sláinte with Italian beer.
Yeah.
Not even real beer. Excellent. Okay, so shall we get on with the presentation? Get this over with.
Why not?
Yeah. Martin, if you'd be so kind as to. Ooh, see that?
Slick.
We have
way more
transitions and everything.
Let me get my thing all. Oh no, you can see the mouse pointer. The fourth wall is absolutely shattered. So yeah, we all took turns to do these presentations, and we gave ourselves a little bit of a theme. So obviously, you can interrupt us on any of these hashtags. That hashtag works on Mastodon and Twitter. We're at Linux Lads on Twitter and on Mastodon also. So yeah, just abuse us there. So yeah, the theme for our slideshows was our podcasting journey, or Odyssey, if you will. So, so yeah, it's going to be really hard to keep a straight face. Oh yes, hello Camilla. Without further ado, let's get this over with. Let's get to my one. Oh my god, I hate it so much. Bloody hell. See the mouse pointer again. Shattered illusions. So, our podcasting journey and all the things we learned, and it all began with this table. And this table, just to give you a peek behind the curtain where all this magic really happened in the first place. That's Connor's parents' dining room table. Do you guys remember that? With
we all gathered around the dining room table. And
with the laptop fans blowing straight into the mic and us typing willy-nilly on the table and slamming our hands on the
table. Some would say that I ran upstairs and I put a towel down over the table just in the vain hope that like dampen the background noise.
Always bring a towel.
Yes,
that's true.
And just this microphone, and I put a convenient arrow on this so you would know exactly which microphone I'm referring to.
For the
so then I learned what these buttons in Audacity do, because learning and goals.
Well, that's an allegation that I'm not completely sure is truthful, but yeah, and I mean we do still have an RSS feed, so that kind of proves at least something.
It proves you're at least proficient.
Yeah,
although
I do, and I can get behind the fact that Vim is better than Emacs, and whilst I don't want to die, but this is the hill on which I will say that I will die on, I guess. But yes, it's
okay.
It's definitely true. Don't even at me.
Yeah. So we all learned something and we all had great adventures. So yeah, thank God that's the end of my one already. So wait until you see the other two though. Just so yeah, what did you guys think of my amazing slideshow?
It was the truth and the truth and nothing but the truth.
So yeah, next up is Connor. Let's have a look at the chat though. So, someone says that's right. Really sell this, Shane.
Marius Quebec says, "I heart Audacity. Everyone hearts Audacity."
Yes, yeah. Well, as I meant to put this in, but I didn't have time. But I did learn Ardor in between, so Ardor is better than Audacity for some things. Right, Connor, I'm going to let you introduce your slides.
So yeah, as Shane was saying on the previous slide, Connor bought a lot of audio equipment. So my way of getting around my hurdles was to see what would work and what didn't work, and spent a lot of money in the meantime. But it's all learning. That's what we're here for. So the Blue Yeti, as previously alluded to, was what we were all using.
3 lads, 1 Yeti. Oh, bloody hell. My finger slipped.
Whoops, my finger slipped. So, but many of these things I still have. Some of them I sold off.
But through this slide.
The Audio Technica I still have here. But it's pretty good. It's a condenser microphone. But my troubles happened with the Focusrite Scarlett Solo. Everyone was recommending, anyone that I reached out to was saying, get the Scarlett Solo. It just works on Linux. No. Well, at least not for me anyway. You guys remember all the struggles that I had with that bloody audio interface. So ended up dual booting with Windows, which you'll see later on.
Was that a subtle hint to go to the next slide?
No, go back to the previous one.
All right then.
So the I had the Behringer, which as you can see, all the knobs and whistles. I was like, I can't be bothered with any of that shit. So it still worked, but it's so it's nothing against the audio interface. Just was taking way too much space on my desk. So I'm currently on that Sennheiser microphone with the Rode AI1, and it's quite nice, quite neat. So next slide.
Next, okay. Going to see the mouse pointer again. Oh no.
Dual booting. My adventures in Windows. See, I'm cool. I spelled it.
Top marks for cringy slide, by the way.
Well, that's the name of the game is we're all about the cringe. So yeah, that's Scarlet. Was I did dual boot with Windows, but it wasn't even a good version of Windows. It was the dreaded Windows 8.1, which I had to use Classic Shell and Open Shell with. But for those who are unfamiliar with Windows 10, Windows 8, sorry if I said Windows 10 earlier, with Windows 8, be prepared for the shock on the next slide.
Well,
Oh yeah,
I
wish. Oh god.
I just have to say that logo on the previous slide, it was a site for sore eyes, for sore eyes. Or Spodas. I mean, lucky we are not at the Harrison, because somebody would be running with a hammer towards the big screen at that point, you know.
You really know your audience, Connor, by putting this slide in here.
Yeah,
I would, without a doubt, but they just give you an idea of the absolute horror that I was going through with Windows 8.1.
I mean, I can't see no
anyone who's in this version of personal hell, I will make one recommendation, which is the Open Shell, which transformed it into the more familiar.
This.
Yes. So if you're familiar with the traditional Windows layout, download Open Shell and you get it. But yeah. Oh,
and that's half in German.
But this is not. I'm not running Windows, so I couldn't.
It's obviously not from your computer. Oh, I mean, Lord.
Anyway, but yeah, that was the hell that I was going through. Thankfully, I've been on Manjaro for about 3 years, but yeah, that was the hell I was going through in order to get it to work. But the setup I have at the moment, Rode audio interface, works like a charm. So
yeah, Rode stuff is always great. Next
so
slide.
I've moved on. And as you can see,
is this
the Tux is sucking out Windows.
Completely unnecessary, though. You know?
It even says 2001 on it. Oh
yeah, God. So cringe.
I mean, we've all been there, right? But I think we hard them now and they hard us, and it's all good.
Yeah, it's just fine.
Patrick Fitzgerald in the chat says, "What if Windows 11 has a Linux kernel?" We won't get into that.
Oh, that's a topic for another day. Yeah. So
we've had quite a few interesting guests. Philippe, who's the CEO of CrowdSec, very good talk on that. Nick from the Linux Experiment, Artyom Zorn OS, Martin Wintrust, who's the artist formerly known as the Ubuntu desktop lead,
and the wizard that made all of this happen.
Tad, who's in the chat, so you can, if you want to interact with a bona fide podcast guest, Tad's in the YouTube chat.
Yeah, he's going to be thrilled you mentioned him.
The guys from the Fedora project, that was a really good chat.
Yeah.
And some chap named Joe Rez. No, don't know if you know him.
Yeah, that lad from earlier, I think.
Yeah, the one which we didn't say thank you to when we thanked Martin Wimpress and Marius Quebec. So thank you, Joe, as well.
Connor, you completely wrecked it by providing actual useful information in your slides.
I didn't get the memo. I'm sorry, my slides were not cringy enough.
Don't worry, you can be as cringy as us someday if you really try hard.
I aspire to be as cringy as you, Jim.
So we're getting through this way faster than we think, way faster than we thought we would. So I want to see some of those questions or insults coming in on the social media, because yeah, we just need that energy. We need that energy on our podcasting journey. And Mike,
believe it or not, I do have the lights on. The reason why it's dark here is because the curtains are drawn. If I had those curtains open, you would not be able to see me at all.
I spent quite a while figuring out the best way to point the camera so that window didn't just completely blow out the camera with just white light. Yeah,
hence why the curtains behind me.
So Mike, I was quite looking forward to your one. Oh boy.
Stuart Langford said it's spooky, Connor. I'm glad you think so.
Yeah, it keeps its air of mystery. So
Yeah.
Mike, let me know when you want to begin.
Well, yeah. Well, let's do it now because
let's get to
proceed. Yeah.
Joe says
So-
open a white web page. So I'm opening up Google. How's that?
Lord.
Yes. That's why
Ah,
you should always have what you call it, light team in your computer, so that your face gets illuminated.
oh, it's the best.
Yeah.
So
So,
wonderful.
well, I, as the CEO of or CPO or whatever C-level executive of the Linux Lex Incorporated podcast, I am here to bring you a more kind of corporate overview and insight into our podcasting journey. You know, the perspective of the C-level suit of, if you will. We can kind of take this as a town hall where I explain to you what the whole thing was actually all about. Because if you listened to Connor and Shane, you might have gained the experience, the kind of expectation, or might have thought, based on what they say, that we are producing podcasts when actually we are all trying to enhance shareholder value, obviously. Which this is why my presentation kind of has got a more official look and feel, and is way more professional, which you can see by the use of Clippy, for example. You know,
yeah, and he's
time trusted technology. It's
Yeah.
been here since 1995, and it's not
Clippy
going
can
anywhere.
help you do anything. Yeah.
Yes, indeed. And if you mix it with Comic Sans, you have a winning combination that will get you anywhere you want to be. So, my assistant, please, next slide. So we started, as pointed out, in 2018. You might have seen that table on Connor's presentation, or was it Shane's? I think it was actually.
Were you not paying
Shane.
attention?
Shades.
Yeah, no, I was busy with other C-level executive stuff.
Busy with important things. Yeah.
Yes, yeah, I don't really have the time. But anyway, basically, what I was saying. So I can't actually see very well what the presentation is about because it's all pixelated, which I don't understand. But luckily, I have it open here on my secondary monitor.
You
so
have
let me
committed
just
to
get it.
memory, surely.
Well, again, I'm way too busy to do that. So basically, when you saw the table that Shane was presenting in his presentation, that symbolized one very important point. From the beginning, we taken up a startup spirit, which means that we concentrated our assets into with efficiency. So what you might see labeled as one Yeti, three lads, or whatever the expression there was, vulgar as it was actually our way of concentrating assets, leveraging all the possible, perishables and non-perishables that we might have as such, and making sure that we take full advantage at the point where it was crucial to preserve our seed capital that we've obtained from, vulture. Sorry, I meant angel investors. We've obviously applied the startup spirit to all workflows, and we've set up agile principles as per our technical background. I'm told from our DevOps team that all show notes are are prepared while standing up and written on backs of Jira tickets. So, that's agile for you. It sounds a bit strange, but that's what you have to do at this day and age. Also inside a container, because
everything should be in a container.
Yeah, that's why actually Shane and Connor are not in Dublin, as they would have you think, but they are inside a P&O container somewhere stuck in the Suez Canal.
Somewhere around there, yeah.
Yeah. We've obviously actioned a mutually beneficial collab with Apple in order to partake in the RSS iTunes feed. So
you mean we publish on iTunes?
Yes, we've published on iTunes, and by leveraging our partnership with Apple, obviously, it's a very exclusive club. It was us, Joe Rogan, then Joe Rogan left, so it's obviously just us. And
he couldn't handle it, like.
Yeah, he couldn't handle the competition from us, so he went and does his thing on Spotify, where we also are, obviously, because we kind of disseminate everywhere. But unfortunately, when it comes to the real podcast, the RSS feeds, that's just basically us, really. All the other podcasts are illusions. Can I get the next slide, please?
How many more of these are there?
Well, good. That's a great question. I will answer it at due course by the end of the slides, when I've actually counted them. We've obviously had to build a strong online presence, where we have to build on some kind of a technology. These days it's all big data, big cloud, and I've asked our DevOps team again. They've evaluated AWS, GCP, and they come with NeoCities, with their hyper-focused HTML-based infrastructure. So we built on that for a while anyway, and we switched to DigitalOcean because turns out that you can't make a decent thing if you don't have a custom domain, and if you don't have available any server-side technologies. So doing it all in HTML and JavaScript wasn't fun, I'm told. I just think that maybe the DevOps team didn't take the startup spirit too strongly, because the $5 a month that we had to spend on the infrastructure since the switch to DigitalOcean, that's something that I had to deduct from their salaries, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to have dinner someday, Mike,
Well, yes, but then again, who would you be dining with apart from Connor? And everybody knows that all you want is just takeaways. So that's what we are feeding you that in the Suez Canal, in that container. So
it's all about the Chinese takeaway.
Yes, although it might be a bit delayed, because I'm hearing that they didn't clear up the queue from the Evergreen yet. So you might still be a bit delayed with your dinner.
A few more weeks.
I urge you to stick to the company philosophy, to leverage your affiliations and really endure any famine or hunger that you might have.
Marius says not enough use of Comic Sans in the slides. What do you have to say for that?
Well, good things come in small quantities. That's what I always say to everybody who asks a question that needs that kind of an answer, which surprisingly often turns up to be the case.
All right, let's move on, and I hope to see some clip art.
Well, yes. So as you can see, we built a very graphically strong presence in there. That was, first on NeoCities, then we switched to DigitalOcean. You can actually switch to the next slide, Shane. Sorry, Shane. You can.
It's okay. Either one.
Switch to the next slide, please. Yeah. I know you are not discriminating. You are an all-inclusive personality. So you please embrace embrace your inner Sharon, and we will live with that. So we've obviously, once we had the website and once we had all the backend done, we had to think about marketing strategies. Now that's something that without which you cannot live as an enterprise. We could have all the investment, all the tech stack at the back as we could have, but without marketing, we'd be nothing, absolutely nothing. So we've we've viabilized it by sustained frontal effort on everyone's senses with the combination of blue, black, white, and the use of the Terminus TTF font, which is a guerrilla marketing tactic as such, you could say. But it translated into solid enterprise-style deliverables, where we basically, with tremendous effort, gained followers on Twitter, which is obviously, talking of which, Sharon, please, next slide there. Our social media department outdone themselves and ejaculated our brand to every corner of the internet universe. You know, I can't emphasize how strong of an ejaculation this was. Now, also, this went into the multiverse. So whatever was left over from the universe went to the multiverse. So now the next stage deliverable that we gained this way was we have followers on Mastodon, which you know, if you are following this and you are on Mastodon, this is you are the product of second stage ejaculation. I would like to personally show my appreciation for the effort of our marketing department. And please, Connor, stand up. You are receiving the effort of the Employee of the Month for all your effort in the marketing department. Lovely T-shirt, by the way. Lovely T-shirt.
Nice T-shirt.
A bit inappropriate for this kind of town hall, but we live with that. Your donuts are on the way. Unfortunately, again, stuck in the long queue behind you in the Suez Canal. So you can see that we not only promoted online, we also went offline. We also went into the real world. We had a strong marketing presence at OCCAM 2018, and we talked to a lot of people. There was a lot of networking going on. You know, we're leveraging synergies across silos, all that kind of stuff that resulted in the strengthening the Linux Labs brand all over the place, basically.
Would you say we siphoned from a data lake into our various silos?
That's an amazing quote. Can I just borrow that, please? That is. I think I'm gonna call my. You know, when I write my autobiography at the age of 40 next year, I am going to call it that. I don't remember it. You're gonna have to send it to me, but please do. Now, if I can have next slide, Sharon, please. Right. Okay. So we've also have to invest, unfortunately. I know shareholders weren't too happy when we started investing on top-notch equipment and merchandise, but you have to spend to make money. Unfortunately, this is how it is in this day and age. So we've with the seed money that we received, we've invested into high-profile, high-performance, soundproofing studio equipment. You can see that in the bottom right corner. Yeah, that worked, and actually above it in the top right corner, you can see it working within the kind of environment of the studio. It brought
in situ, if you will.
In situ, exactly. Yes. So this was basically. That was, at that time, that was as good as you can get. You know, that was us, and you know, put the name of your very well-equipped celebrity who does recording here. I don't know any of these people, I don't really care. So that was one investment. Another layer of investment, obviously, was, as Connor pointed out, into the tech. We had ups and downs with the recording technology. You know, Connor went slightly over budget, you know, purchasing one microphone and audio interface. Yeah, one after another. We had to kind of salary. He'll bring it off till probably 2050. But it's okay, you know, you live and learn. As long as it's not my money, I don't give a toss. Anyway, so basically, we've also, what my marketing team tells me, invested into Ming Dynasty Linux Labs Macs, which were delivered straight from ancient China. You know, it is superior merchandise that you can only from us. You can only from us get.
They had to destroy antique pottery in order to make these.
Yeah. Well, you know, you cannot stand in the way of progress.
Nothing but the best.
Yeah, you have to, you know, when you have when you have the Linux LEDs brands, it's so strong that it smashes everything else around it. It's like a nuclear bomb, so unfortunately, yeah. So
no expense spared.
No expense spared, no people spared, no
just
nothing
like Jurassic
spared.
Park.
Yes, that's a bit of an unfortunate analogy there, Sharon. I would rather you something a bit more something that captures our optimistic message a bit more strongly. Like Jurassic Park. Even the movies were shite. So
the dinosaurs were happy, I'm sure,
until they got shot or whatever happened to them. That's not the message.
I think there was a volcano involved. I'm not sure.
Yeah. You see, maybe we can move past that. For childish fascination with dinosaurs, for which my wife tells me you have to have a second Y chromosome or whatever to be able to understand. Maybe we can move past that, and we can possibly send a different message.
I guess I don't really want us to have another Jurassic Park related argument. So okay.
All right. Okay. Well, next slide, Sharon, there, please.
Oh,
right. So
no one can read this text.
No one can read this text. Oh, that's but I mean it's clear enough for me. I hope people can read it. Or were you just reading from the chat?
Well, I suppose I can't read the text, but okay. I'm looking at it on a very tiny screen down here.
Yeah, Shane is the embodiment of every single person. So if Shane can't read it, nobody can read it.
Yes.
Yeah. So I would like to now.
There's the clip art.
When I said that we slowly built up from 2018 over the time, we kind of slowly built up the technologies, the visual message, all the other messages, everything, the marketing channel. Then late 2019 came and we disrupted the lot. Like I'm not even kidding. We went full Tesla on that shit, right? So basically, we took our visual identity and blasted it, kabloom, kazam, ka-ching as well, because what we got is much better. So from that followed our new website look. We got new merchandise, everything went, new Telegram. So we went from that one small seed. We went all the way to basically spread it to everywhere on everything. Yes,
all over the place.
All over the place. Yeah, and this is basically our graphics design department. Also, that's where it started with Shane's effort to improve our visual message. And for that, please, Shane, stand up.
Yeah. See, I took the time to actually get a T-shirt. So just saying, I think that So I'm going to stand. You're lucky I wore trousers today. So,
well, yes, I guess that's the luck for everybody. Thank you very much. You also are getting the Employee of the Month award for this and for everything that came off it. So yes, your donuts are also stuck somewhere in the Indian Ocean or whatever. But this is what we based our new visual message on, and we didn't hold back. As I said, we take improving shareholders' value as our core competency, and whilst we disrupted everything else, that obviously still stands. So this whole thing is wrapping up the core message of the Linux LEDs Incorporated podcast to really deliver top class dollar to the people who expect it. So thank you, Shane. You are serving a noble cause. I would also say that
I know
in the late in the late 2020, we've doubled our and this is part of our very strong and very heartily felt diversity message. We have acquired our second feline executive. So the first one being Lily, Shane's cat. The second one you can see in the bottom right corner in that slide is Luna, who now obviously is serving on the board with me and Lily. And yes, they are slowly.
Me and Connor don't even have a seat.
No. It's just
fucking
me and
cats have a seat and we don't.
We're stuck in the Suez Canal.
Yes, exactly. That's how would you do it otherwise? I mean,
I guess I can't argue with that. Yeah,
exactly. The cats just don't do anything, so I can do whatever I want.
I guess we should be thankful when our donuts eventually arrive.
Yes, indeed. That is the mess. This is exactly, the kind of attitude that I value so much in you guys, and that's why we are such a great group of people. That's why we work so well together. You with that attitude, and I with the big ideas and everything. It's amazing. It works so well, and yeah. So basically, we've done all this. Now that was like 2019. Now, obviously, as a good chief executive, I'm always trying to see where we are headed. So I did ask our R&D department to modelize this for me, to provide a simple visualization of where we started, where we are going, in the form of a chart, perhaps. So Sharon, next slide, please.
Yeah. So this is up to the minute data right here.
Yes, this is up to the minute, time scale data that is showing you that we are heading upwards in all directions. And
you can see it going up.
A huge central thrust in the right direction.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah.
Our brand has now the elevation and the range of dispersion that we need to basically keep the boner going, really. So this is how we increase shareholder value. I hope it's all clear to everybody. There is one more slide that will show. So this is where we are going in kind of the tactics thing, but where we are strategically. Share on next slide, please.
Okay.
That's it. More blockchain. So this is, a blockchain has been steadily going somewhere. We want to join it on the journey. Don't know exactly where it goes, but we just put it here because more seed capital going our way. It's still the truth. In 2021, you still get more money when you take blockchain. So this is why it's there.
Yeah.
We are going to issue an NFT, which I'm told is a non-fuckable token, which means that nobody can fuck with us. I'm all in support of that. I want us to be invincible, and it's the over in this day and age doing that. So you can expect us on blockchain. Not exactly sure what that means, but we'll be there. You can expect us to be with non-function, in the cryptocurrency next door. You cannot expect to fuck with us.
In the crypto space, the blockchain space.
Yeah. So thank you very much. I thought I'd be taking questions, but unfortunately, I have a squash thing that I have to go to. So I'll to those.
So yes, as someone said in the chat, I think you deserve an award for keeping a straight face through a thing.
Yeah, well done, Mike.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, that's why he's the C-level exec.
Yeah. I can basically just keep chatting shit till everybody else dies of ear diarrhea, but that's all right.
Yeah.
Is that even a thing, ear diarrhea? Well, it is now, isn't it?
Well, it is now that you have said it.
Yeah.
TM.
Well, TM, yeah, it just works.
So that we're very sorry about all that, everybody.
Not really.
So we can go back to just the three heads, Martin. Yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
That's my favorite thing. Yeah, that was our wonderful presentation from our CPO, C3PO, because he's got 3 P's in there, I think. I don't know what they stand for. So he's not a CEO, he's a C3PO. Yeah, that was his amazing presentation on Linux Lads Inc. and our direction. And it was also way longer than our slideshows. So that's not really being a team player now, is it, Mike?
I'm always a team player. I have, I like watching teams play, and I could do that all the time. And then hopefully when they perform brings me some kind of advantage or gain, I'm all for that. Hard labor. I'm all for hard labor. I can watch it all day and night.
So you could watch, yeah, exactly, yeah. Watch hard labor all day. So we've got 10 minutes to spare. So that actually wrapped up within a reasonable time frame. So we have 10 minutes. So I think what we'll do is just respond to being flamed in the chat.
So to repeat, it's FOSS Talk Lads is the hashtag on Twitter and Mastodon, or just at us at those various social channels.
The hashtag has been used 0 times.
I think we need to improve our social media message there.
We need to synergize something somewhere.
Yeah, maybe one more stage of ejaculation, probably.
Yeah, exactly.
It's all about this synergy of the verticals across the silos.
Yes, the verticals. I forgot about the verticals.
You forget there was not a single vertical in there, and
Yeah,
I was expecting to see at least one bar graph.
Yes.
But
Well,
no, we got
next time, next FOSS Talk, I will make it all about verticals. You can say that the chart was vertical, as it was meant.
That's true.
Oh Lord. I'm gonna go back through the chat because I saw some really funny comments as we were doing that.
Patrick Fitzgerald said that chart was the favorite part of the entire presentation. So I'm glad you find that entertaining, Patrick.
Yes, I'm glad it didn't. I was not sure if that was appropriate for this.
The cats went down the treat. There's a lot of cat emojis. Everyone loves the cats. No more beer for Connor.
Yeah, I didn't get to include a picture of my cat, so I'm very sorry about that, everybody, because my cat's amazing. Everyone thinks that about their own cat.
Yeah, well, I mean, my is more amazing, obviously, but every cat is amazing. That's why they are the executives and you're not.
Marius Quabeck asks, is that a real plant behind Shane?
Yes. Thank you for noticing.
Is that real cannabis, or are you just pretending? I don't.
Yes, yes. I have a grow operation in my office on a table behind my webcam. Yeah.
I mean, that could lead to some interesting. If you use this environment for work.
If any of the Gardaí Connor are watching, he's not serious.
Yeah. We can't see Connor's underpants on the radiator this time. Joe's not happy.
I mean, that's a really weird fetish to have, That's.
I can show you the radiator, but I can confirm there's no underpants on it.
Well, that's not trying very hard. Anything else? Sorry, not sorry. Yeah, that about sums it up. Stop dinosaur genocide. This is bloody fun. I could look at this chat all day.
Underperformance. I wonder what the underperformance in that. So Shane Darling says, looks like underperformance to me. I wonder what it was. Maybe we can improve on that.
It looks like underwear performance from.
Bring it up at the next board meeting, I suppose. Does anyone have any questions? Go on. You know you want to. We've got 5 minutes left. Live streaming saying.
I think what we can say that if nobody asks any question, then we'll just go through the presentations again.
I think they need to see it one more time. What do you think?
Yes, indeed. Like, in lieu of electrocution, this will do.
Yeah, exactly. A real question from Rachel. So for real, if I'm interested in Linux audio, is Focusrite awful to work with, Connor?
I can only speak from my own experience. I've heard mixed experiences. Some people swear by them and say that they're fine, just plug and play. For me, I had to rely on their Windows drivers. It worked intermittently. Sometimes I would boot. At the time, it was Ubuntu LTS I was using at the time. I would boot up and it would work. It would be detected, and other times it wouldn't, and it would be intermittent, requiring a reboot, which obviously isn't convenient if you're podcasting. So for me, it was hit or miss. Some people swear by them and say they're very reliable. It could be that they have multiple suppliers for their internal components, and I had one of them that only seemed to work with their official Windows driver. So in short, hit or miss. I didn't have the best results with it. The one that I got was the Rode AI one. It's about €100. I believe it's available on Amazon or Tumon.de if you're in Europe. It's about €100 or thereabouts, maybe slightly more. Certainly less than 120. And it was just plug and play, worked. They do not claim to have any Linux support, but on their website they say driverless support with Windows. So I imagine they're being quite good with their internals, and it just plugs in. It's a Type-C connector for both power and connecting to your PC, so it's just the one cable, which is nice. Oh, one thing I forgot to mention about that Behringer was another reason why I didn't like it is because it had separate USB and separate power. It wasn't USB bus powered, so that's annoying with the faffing around with cables around the back, whereas it's nice to have a nice simple unit. So the Rode AI one is one I would recommend.
We've got a couple more questions there. So Damien Price asked, probably been asked before, but how and when did you meet and then come up with the idea for the podcast? So the idea for the podcast, I can't take any credit for. That was Mike and Connor. They were
actually.
Well, the two of you were there. I wasn't there. You just approached me with the idea afterwards, and I was like, oh, okay. And yeah, so they had that idea while drinking, I think. As you can tell, and
many good idea comes from when you're drinking. Now, my recall of that was,
but we met through the Linux meetups in Dublin, basically.
Yeah, we a few of us are involved in our local Linux user group, so we're regular attending, having these kind of discussions about Linux. What are you guys running? What distros do you run? What do you like about them? And invariably those meetings would fall into the pub afterwards, and over a couple of beers we're like, hold on, this is actually a pretty good chat. What if we recorded this chat that we're having? And then that's where it started off.
Forced other people to listen to it. So someone else asked the question there. What would you say? Interesting, actually. What would you say to someone who never listened to your podcast to convince them to have a go at listening to it? I would say don't.
Yes,
I would say if you like listening to like three people talk, then yeah, sure. But
wait to sell it there, Shane.
No, I would say if you don't want a Linux podcast that's too serious and too about like the nitty gritty of Linux, and you just want to hear three people who enjoy using it and have a passion for it, but don't necessarily not necessarily in a professional kind of sense, like you're not a sysadmin or something, you're just a hobbyist or something, then I think our podcast is for you.
I would say if you kind of want Linux podcast, it's a bit like Top Gear, but without the knowledge about cars or anything really.
Or knowledge about anything.
Yeah, just three medium funny idiots talking about shite. And then this is for you, really. We don't
and we occasionally mention Linux.
Yeah,
far better way of describing it than I would.
What we do have though is sometimes we get real lucky and we get some interesting guests on. So in that case, then it's definitely worth listening to. We usually announce it on Twitter. So
I will echo that point. We've actually been quite lucky about the guests that we've been on, that have been on the podcast. So it's been a journey. Obviously, we were quite rusty because it was a very first podcast at the very start. But we've been doing it for a couple of years now, and not saying that we're good, but we're certainly better than we started. And it's all a journey. It's all a learning experience. So you kind of, if you start from the beginning to the end, which I do not recommend, you would join us on the journey as we get better, and we get more used to this.
Yeah, don't listen to like anything from like more than 2 years ago.
Yeah, don't listen to the first season. We actually should take it off the internet. I don't know why it's still there.
I think that's our time, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Is it, or is it?
Very Tanada says on that bombshell.
On that bombshell, yeah.
As I understood it, there was 10 minutes to let everyone go have a wee and get a beer, and yeah, Joe just said yeah.
Go
So-
off.
So
Yeah,
enjoy your wee, enjoy your beer, or your smoke, or whatever you're going to have right now. Thank you for suffering through this abomination, and we loved making it, and we hope you loved watching it. I'm Shane, that's Mike and Connor, and obviously big thank you to Joe, and big thank you
Martin and
to
Marius.
Marius and Martin for setting all this up. They've done fucking Trojan work doing all this, like, it's unreal. So yeah, so boolabus for them.
The best
Anyway.
podcast in the world.
Yeah, let's not go
Right.
nuts.
All right.
Oh, and obviously hello to all the other podcasts that are coming on later. Late Night Linux, Ubuntu Voltage, the new show. I hope they all have a good show also.
Yeah, from now on, the show is gonna be good, basically. Are we still there? I mean, yes.
Yeah, yes. as
We
far as I
are.
know.
We're waiting for them to cut us off.
Yeah, they are just waiting for us.
welcome to Late Night Linux at FOSS Talk Live. Woo! It's not quite the same without an audience, is it?
God,
Oh, well.
it's the first time I've actually seen you guys.
Funny, isn't it?
Yeah, well, there's a reason why I do audio only. But yeah, I'm still in Brexit Britain, as you can see behind me.
Show off with your green screen.
Yeah, well,
Look at Graham with his fisheye lens going on.
Yeah, I know. I've plugged in the GoPro because it's the best webcam I've got.
You look like you're at a Chemical Brothers gig.
Yeah, that's what I got.
Oh dear. Right, so we're going to have 2 segments to this special live show. And the first one is going to be Linux Show and Tell. So, Graham, what are you going to show us and tell us about first?
So, when we discussed this show, the great amount of research and discussion that we had about it, I said that I had this watch that ran Linux. And for years, actually, I wore this watch and it did run Linux. Let me find it. It's from 2003 now. And it's actually, it was built by Fossil and it ran Palm OS. That was the default. The cool thing about this was that it had a touch screen. This is 2003, 2005. And it had a stylus. I just took it out of the buckle. And you could touch the screen with the stylus, and in fact, Palm OS at the time, it had character recognition, and it worked really well. And you could install Linux on it because it was Palm OS. And I was going to get this to work and show you all, but I actually haven't touched it since about 2009, and the battery is completely dead, and I wasn't able to charge it, and I wasn't able to do anything with it, which is a real shame. I think I can get iPod shuttle or shuffle batteries to fit in. If they still even make those, but I haven't been able to do it. So that was going to be my first, but it was the first of 3, and the last one is music-based, so I can basically talk about that for a long time.
Yeah, we'll fade it out with reverb.
The second one was an equal failure, and that was Linux on a Nintendo DS Lite, which is this. This is my trusted DS Lite that I had for years. The trouble is that I bought this DS Lite from Japan. I've never been to Japan. I got it imported from Japan. Because they were before they were available in the UK, and it has 110 volt power transformer that I bought for cheap off eBay. This is it, and I plugged it in today to charge it. It wasn't charging, and when I pulled it off the wall, it all came apart. Now, I think I nearly died. It was still plugged in the wall, and that's why it wasn't charging. Converter, and it didn't work on that, so I don't know if I've broken it. But actually, I ran Linux on this for a long time, and not in a practical sense, but this bottom bit is the touch screen, and you can use the stylus on that to enter commands, and you could actually run a few kind of games on there as well and do stuff with the top. And at the time, this, I think about 2007, 2009, it wasn't a bad little Linux computer to have in your back pocket. So that's another complete and massive fail. I'm sorry, I can't show Linux on either of those devices.
What about your split keyboard? Doesn't that run Linux or something?
So this one here underneath my hands is a Keyboardio, and it's got an Arduino in it. So it's not quite Linux; it's an embedded system. This is a Linstrument. This has got an Arduino in it as well. They've both got open source firmwares, which is really cool. So you can change stuff yourself, and I do. Especially with the Arduino ID, you just have to load up the source code and change whatever you want. I mean. This is too geeky, but on this left one, when I oh no, I've just unplugged it. I've got it on a magnetic USB thing because I unplug it and use it on my laptop as well. But if I hold down this key, I get the shortcuts just appearing for the other things that I use it with. And you can program all the functions like that. It works really well. I really like it, but then I do quite a lot of typing, and I did start to get RSI. So, I mean, do you want me to go on to the file thing? I feel like I'm building it up too much now.
No, I think we should make Phelan play guitar first.
No, I don't think we should make me do that at all.
Yeah, go on, Phelan. Let's see what your show and tell us first.
Right. So I had great fun not preparing for this properly, thinking it was all in hand. And I had a Raspberry Pi 3, which I may have said before, where the power port fell off. Well, it didn't fall off, but it doesn't work. It's useless. So I thought, yeah, I'll resolder that, be grand. No, it wasn't. Yeah, I just can't get it to resolder at all, and it's too small. So I said, yeah, okay, fine. I'll just try it on a Pi 1. No, that didn't work. It was crazy. It was like taking me about 15 minutes to load the thing up and try and get it to run stuff. And what I was using was Patchbox, which is a small Pi distro. The beauty about it was I could just pull out the card and stick it in another Pi, which was a B plus Pi 1. So 512 megs of RAM sorted me out, and it still didn't run quick enough. So I thought, right, I need to get a Pi, so I had to race to shop. When I had my wife go do it because I was too busy. That was my excuse. And I got a new Pi. So this, which I shall attempt to pull up to the camera, which I'm not sure I can, which no, it's still around. Right. So it's a Pi. Jesus Christ. More, the weather people really are amazingly skilled, and I am not one of them. So it's a UMC 222 from Behringer with a Pi sitting on top, which Patchbox, and I'm running Guitarix on it. I can't play guitar very well. I started when I was 15, and I think I ended when I was 15 and a half. So I bought this as a bit of a panic when I watched School of Rock in 2001 because a spineless bastard of a friend in Glasgow said, "You need to buy that now." So I did. And then I didn't play it either. So anyway, enough shite.
No Metallica. You're not allowed Metallica.
Well, then I guess that's the end of me. Right, okay. I'll just very briefly. Is that enough?
Yeah, you're right. You're
I was
absolutely
briefly
right.
briefly worried there that we'd get kicked off YouTube, but thankfully.
But I've just lost all respect for bands that I thought were good, like Brian May. Oh, you think he's brilliant? And he can play a toilet seat lid like a guitar.
Brilliant.
Yeah, watch. I can do that too. Look at me. Playing one note with a flanger. And there's tons of effects on this thing. And it comes with VNC built in. So the beauty of it is you can stick it on your Pi and then VNC into it, and it works really well. Great fun for cheapos like me.
And is it totally free software then?
Yeah, as far as I can tell, there's absolutely nothing that I could see on there. Like the VNC server that runs is the real VNC server, so that is free for personal use. So I guess that's kind of not free as such, but Guitarix is, and there's quite a few effects in there. And it like depends on how you're set. Like I initially had a bit of buffer delay, which I didn't realize I'd set the buffer too high, and that was the most disturbing thing, where you're playing a note and it's ever so slightly behind when you hear the noise, and it totally messes with your head. So I just set the buffer down lower, and it worked perfect. So happy days.
Nice. Graham, what was your other one? Because I'm conscious that we want to get to Will last, because he's got a fucking presentation that might take a while. We might have to cut him off.
So mine was also music related. And actually, this is something I really love. It's called Norns, which I think is some old god, Norns. It's built around Raspberry Pi. I've got two of them because they're Raspberry Pi and quite cheap, and I've stupidly 3D printed the case of this one in black, so you can't actually see anything. I was going to try and take the top off, but this is basically I'm going to take they're guitar knobs. I got them off a guitar. This is a Raspberry Pi connected really just to a DAC and 3 encoders and 3 buttons. So the circuit is really simple. If I can get the top off, I'm going to break it. I won't bother breaking it. I've got another one, just like Blue Peter.
Tracy Island as well.
It runs this very special, not very special. It's developed by the Monome community. So the Monome community is this kind of electronic music experimental community, and they spent a lot of effort creating a version of. I think it was originally Raspbian, but it's built for low latency audio, high quality, low latency audio, and it's become like a development platform for experimental things. Like you can do audio effects. There's some of the Guitarix effects in there, but more than that, it's kind of there's a live coding environment. Once you've got it set up, you can write script into it directly, and you can basically create mini open source apps to do like anything. There's millions of them. So I was actually going to show you a few because I've got this one plugged in. I couldn't so there's another one down here, this one with the grey case. See if it's still on. Yeah. I've had to keep this here because the cables are too short. But hold on, I'll just switch and move the volume up, see if you can hear it. Hear that? So this is just a really simple demo script. Actually, it's only about 25 lines, and this is coming out of the DAC connected to the Raspberry Pi GPIO pins. These 4 controllers are used. You can't see the display, but they're used to change parameters on the display. There's a small OLED display here attached to the GPIO. Like Phelan was saying, it needs to be really low latency to be effective, especially if you're running synths. But the really clever part is that you can connect it to other things. So you can connect it to, this is playing some synth stuff off the rack of synths here. And I've also got a big this is a grid of buttons, 256 buttons with LEDs under. I'm going to plug this in live, so hopefully it will work. It's just a simple USB connection.
It's the other way around.
So this is basically what you see on the GUI down there that you can't see. This actual patch is changing the probability of certain notes in a certain scale, whether they actually play or not. I really like this kind of thing. I could see I just changed it by pressing a button and a light goes on. So now I'm actually browsing the menus because I was going to try something else. So what should I try? So there's a standard synth called Molly the Poly. There's hundreds, and the trouble is that I spent a long time messing around with this, but let me load Molly the Poly. Molly the Poly.
Right, Wimpress, start fading them out with your video.
Here we go. Oh, see? Oh, that's nice. That's kind of a classic West Coast synth sound. I can change the parameters. It's like orbiting planets on the little screen here because it's all about the gravity and how the planets interact. And anyway, that was that's the main thing I really love. Oh, my screen's just gone full screen. I'm really good. So that's the Monome Norns, and it's all completely open source. The PCB, the Raspberry Pi headers that allow all that to happen, or you could use just a normal USB DAC. It's a really great community. It's all entirely free. If you're at all interested in experimental music or even normal music, I'd really highly recommend it. It's a really accessible, friendly place to do stuff, and the hardware is brilliant and low cost and high quality. That was my find of the fortnight.
Linux show. So my one then is this. It is a Sony Ericsson Xperia Pro, and it is a QWERTY slider phone.
Ooh.
Now, it took me far too long to get some sort of custom ROM going on it. It took me, when I originally had the phone towards the end of its life, I'd somehow unlocked the bootloader and got some sort of Cyanogen mod. And the latest Cyanogen mod that I could get working on it fairly recently was 13, which is based on Android 6. So this is pretty old. But it is new enough to run, and this is going to be really, really hard for me to do backwards. I'm going to have to adjust myself forward a bit. So what have we got here? Basically you've got a mini handheld. So right, let me work this out. Hang on. So I need to go that way, and this is jump. So it's just a little Mega Drive in my hands.
But does it play Doom?
I mean, it probably could. But I'm mostly interested in Mega Drive games. So there you go. And because it's the QWERTY slider, you've got actual buttons to touch rather than having to have on-screen buttons, which I find really awkward. And I thought about maybe prying off the buttons that I don't need. But then I thought, do I really want to ruin the whole thing? So I don't know, maybe.
Did you have to grow your thumbnails into sharp points so you can actually press it properly?
No, it's actually a really good keyboard on this. And I would love, if this was slightly bigger and had good specs and could run modern day Lineage, I would happily use this keyboard on a phone. It's great. But it's really nice to play games with actual, proper feedback from the buttons. So there you go. Right, let's have your fucking lecture then, Will.
All right. Are you sitting comfortably?
then I will begin. So my show and tell is my Nokia 770 from a similar sort of era to your guys. So this is from 2005, and it was retailing for about £245 in those days. I didn't pay that for it. I got it fell off the back of a lorry, but it's a good device. So to put that in perspective, then this is the same sort of time as phones like Joe's. Whatever it was, the HTC Wizard, which was a similar thing with a slidey out keyboard that Orange used to sell as their SPV, and you used to flick it up and have a proper QWERTY keyboard. A Nokia 6230 was a handset that was around at that time, and all of those devices sold for pretty much the same sort of money. This is 2005. The iPod Classic. Oh, there it is, just turning on. The iPod Classic came out in 2005, and that sold for about the same price as well, which is quite interesting. The Acer Aspire 1, which was one of those tiny early netbook laptops, came out 3 years later than this device here. Yeah, so there we go. And let's see, phones had like a 1 megapixel camera, basic web browser. There we go. And they ran Java apps. Hey. And the first day, so first commercial Android was 2008. So this is 3 years earlier than the first commercial Android. Hardware-wise, it's a bit underpowered, frankly. It's a Texas Instruments OMAP 1710 running at a mighty 252 megahertz with 64 meg of RAM and 128 meg of storage, 64 meg of which was reserved for the operating system. So it didn't have a great deal of space. 4-inch screen, 800 by 480 display. So far, not super impressive. But then the extra cool stuff: Wi-Fi 802.11b and G, Bluetooth 1.2, USB host mode, and whatever the opposite of host mode is, so you can like plug it into things and things into it. Had a speaker and a microphone, but no camera. And it also had Opera web browser, a flash player, an RSS reader, a music player, video player. It had M player installed on it. It had a PDF reader, which is Evince. It had VNC viewer, which was always handy. It was jolly handy device. What do you use something like this for? Oh, and it also came with the optional Bluetooth GPS receiver, which I did try and get working. I plugged it in and sat it on the windowsill, and it didn't get a signal. So that's no good. Now, different to Graham's device, this battery has worked perfectly since I've got it, and it's still holding a charge. I don't suppose that's going to come through, but it's still holding a charge. So well done, it. And yeah, the best thing about it was that it ran Memo, which, to all intents and purposes, is Debian. And so you could install a whole load of other stuff on there. mmap, MP3 players, Google Talk client, and IRC client I've got on there. Yeah, all sorts of useful things. It was a real computer in your pocket. Reviews at the time weren't brilliant. People said that it was too slow and it didn't really have enough storage, which is true. But I found it to be absolutely amazing. Phones had these sort of crappy little Java apps that you could have a few games and a few sort of janky apps like a terminal. But this had a proper bash shell on it. And you could just apt install all sorts of stuff from the repos. So at the time, I found it to be a really incredible device, and it would fit in jeans pockets in 2005 because jeans pockets in 2005 were the correct size, and there were tons of them, which was always good. But what use is it today? 2021? Not a whole lot. I have really, really struggled to get this online, to get it connected to the net. It wouldn't see my home Wi-Fi at all. Just didn't even know it was there. And in the end, I pretty much thought it was broken. But I fired up Kismet, which I already had installed on there, and it could see some wireless access points. So in the end, I had to set up a laptop, the laptop that I was using to test Rocky Linux on just the other week, set up a Wi-Fi hotspot in ad hoc mode, and then manually add the network to it, and it connected. But the brilliant thing is, all of the SSL certificates are from 2005, and none of them work anymore. So you can't use HTTPS. You can't connect to any of the repos. It is pretty much useless. But it still has all the things on there that I had from those days. So let's try now and get this online and see what we can do. So now I'm going to click on the little thing there, choose a connection.
With the stylus.
With the stylus, which incidentally is the original stylus and hasn't been lost. So that's pretty cool. There's a connection. I'm going to, oh, you can't see that, but whatever. I'm going to connect. Let's see. Sorry?
Is it GTK, the desktop widget?
Yes. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. The little thing is flashing. It's trying ever so hard. And if we all wish with all our might, maybe it will connect.
Come on.
It's not looking good, is it?
I'm half waiting to hear the dial tone from the modem.
Let's see if we can coax it into life.
Does it have a rotary dial on the back?
It does. Do you remember side talking? This was designed for side talking. Well, yeah, I'm not entirely surprised. It's not working. But link local IP address. Boo! That's no good.
Jesus.
That's no good.
Need a non-modem cable.
Yeah. Let's just see if I can just get something up on the screen that will be sort of semi-interesting. This will probably.
You know what I would have done? I would have got I take it it's mini USB. So I would have got a mini USB to USB A. Oh, so that does run Doom.
Yeah.
And then I would have got a USB to Ethernet dongle and tried to connect it that way.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
There we go. So there you go. I might fiddle around with it, and I'll be quiet now. I might fiddle around with it and see if I can get it online, and we'll see if you can share a few screenshots. But I'll quietly get on with that in the background.
Right. So is that the end of show and tell then?
Oops, sorry.
Apparently not.
You can do some Vangelis for us again.
I never know when I'm needed.
You'll have to learn our theme tune and play us out. Right. So I suppose let's move on to. We didn't come up with a name. I asked you earlier in the Telegram chat, and you wouldn't. So we're going to call it "Spinning Wheel of Meh." Then. So bring up the wheel, Martin. So here we go. Super professional. Right. So as you can see, there's a bunch of different questions on there. So let's spin the wheel and see which question we're going to answer. Oh, it's very exciting. Look at it.
I can't take the stress.
Okay, what's this? Okay.
What would you ask? Sentence fragment.
Linus Torvalds. So, Phelan, go first. What would you ask Linus Torvalds?
Jesus Christ. How do you pronounce Linus Torvalds?
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Graham, what would you ask him?
I would ask him whether he thinks his cantankerous attitude on the Linux kernel mailing list improved or it didn't improve the kernel.
Okay. Will?
I want to know why he hasn't just retired to a desert island and fucked off all this Linux stuff.
Yeah, good question. I would ask him how worried he is about Fuchsia. So there you go. Right, so let's remove that one then. And I think I'm going to have to fill a little bit while Martin spins the wheel for a second time.
Brilliant job with this wheel. It's working really well.
Yeah, well, it is just a website that I found called Wheel of something. I can't remember. Maybe we can put a link somewhere. Okay. Who do you trust least? Apple, Google, Facebook, or Amazon? Phelan, you're not allowed to say none of the above.
Which would I rather be burnt alive or crushed alive? Like,
punch in the
I
face.
trust the least. I mean, okay, Facebook. I trust Facebook the least. They're useless for that.
Why?
Why? Jeez, which one of these? Oh, we're really sorry. We didn't mean to accidentally give all this info to political people. Yeah, no, they're terrible. They gave us the last 4 years. Thankfully, we're out of that. And then we got a virus at the end of it. And now they've got anti-vaxxer stuff on the go. So, yeah, no thanks.
Okay. Graham, who do you trust the least?
Well, I mean, it's tempting to say Facebook as well, but then you can just not use Facebook. Now, I think I'm going to say Amazon because it's bad for so many things, and yet I'm hooked on Amazon. I just can't. I just use it for the most stupid, like, oh, my screwdriver's broken. Oh, I'll just buy one. It'll arrive later on or tomorrow. And even I've even succumbed to the Amazon voice devices, and because it's so. I don't know. I just feel like I'm living in the future, but that's what's so enticing about Amazon. It just turns it all into this easily accessible portal to their commercial, I don't know, underworld. So I think at least I suppose I kind of understand the motivations more. It's just purely about making money, but I just think that we'll just all become, money-making slaves to the Amazon machine. So I'm going to say Amazon.
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to agree with you, Amazon, because they've coming at it from two different fronts, aren't they? Like they have basically just destroyed retail for anyone else apart from themselves, but they're also coming from the cloud computing and they're dominating that. So they like the walls are just closing in on anyone else, and and I know it goes back and forward, doesn't it, depending on stock price or whatever, between Bezos and Musk as to who's the richest person in the world, but it's usually Bezos, I think. And that just tells you everything you need to know about him and his company. Like, you can't be the richest person in the world without being a bastard. So yeah, I'm going for Amazon. Will, are you going to disagree?
I'm going Facebook because I think that Amazon do have a purpose. They provide cloud computing services to people who need it. They provide screwdrivers to engineers that need it right now. Whereas Facebook just, I don't know. They just seem to be more nefarious to me. They've got all of this personal information. They slurped it all. They continued to slurp it all, but they slurped a lot of it before people really understood what was going on with all this sort of private information. And it's in there now, and they are going to continue to keep it and use it. So I personally don't get anything useful out of Facebook, whereas I do from Apple and from Google and from Amazon. So fuck a bunch of Facebook.
Right. Okay.
Victory is ours.
Remove that then, please, Martin, and let's see what's next up on the spinning wheel of mare. Or what's it going to be? What's it going to be? Or what's it going to be?
We should have some music for this bit.
Okay, choose one, either desktop or CLI forever. It's got to be desktop, surely. It's got to be desktop because you can have CLI as well as desktop. You can open a terminal.
Is that not cheating?
I think that's cheating.
Yeah.
I think you have to delete your console app otherwise.
Oh, right. Well, CLI then.
Well, I think desktop, because for all its failings, the web is much better with pictures, and I could administer a server through a GUI. Windows has done that since forever. Whereas I would not like to browse the web without pictures, and a terminal, no matter how good your ASCII art skills or teletext, it's not as good.
Yeah, how else are you going to see your mucky JPEGs, eh?
Exactly.
.txt.
What about you, Philip?
I think it'd have to be CLI. I don't know. What I do all day is generally a CLI in a GUI. So, I mean, yeah, but you make a good point about the web. Oh, I don't know. I'm torn. Could it be console where I could still see pictures if I hover over them?
I think
that sounds legit, right?
Yeah. All right, Graham. What about you?
Yeah, I think I'm going to go with CLI. I think younger me would have gone with desktop, but I just can't seem to drop surrounding myself by distractions, and the desktop of the web are a huge part of that. And the CLI, I am more focused, and there is. I think if I was forced to just use the CLI and nothing else, I'd probably be more productive in a more restrictive environment. So, unless I just want to spend the rest of on this fictitious desert island in the future watching Netflix, I think I'd go with CLI.
Fair enough. Right. Remove that then. Let's spin the wheel again and see what we're going to come up with this time. I wonder what that draw a Linux something is. Oh, just missed it. What's the biggest what's that going to be? What's the biggest lie in Linux? Failing. You're supposed to think about this. Come on. All right.
Oh,
Okay,
I
Graham, you
know,
go.
but I couldn't think of this one. Honestly, I don't know what the biggest lie is. Is it the lie we tell ourselves that it'll all work fine in the next version? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, pretty much. Graham, what do you think the biggest lie is?
I'm going to say that it's difficult to use or hard to install. I think it's easy. It can be easy. It can be hard. I mean, if you're an arch like I do, it can be very hard.
By the way,
There we go. How long did that take? 31 minutes. How did you save that so long?
What about you, Will?
contributions welcome, because they're just not. You try, and what you get met with a sort of stony-faced, curmudgeonly group of elderly white men who are just not interested in your ideas. Thank you very much. They like it the way it has been.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, I think the biggest lie in Linux is that anybody uses the desktop, basically. I mean, obviously that's not strictly true, but just compare the number of Linux users who just SSH into something versus people who are actually using it on the desktop. It's just that ratio is just ridiculous, especially if you count like VMs and containers or whatever. So yeah, as far as I'm concerned, that's the biggest lie. Right, what's the next one then? Let's spin the wheel again. I do like these transitions. It's very smooth. Wimpress is very professional with his OBS skills. Oh, okay. Windows or Mac OS?
Well, considering I just bought it, it got to be Windows, doesn't it? I mean, at
Yeah,
least
you just
that's
bought-
just the closed OS. It's not closed hardware too. So,
Yeah, you bought
and there's
Windows 10
WSL.
just before. You bought Windows 10 just before 11 came out, which was really smooth of you. Well done.
Yeah,
I'm sure you'll get a free upgrade. It'll be fine, and it'll work perfectly. That's the main thing.
perfect.
Yeah. Well, I know what Graham's going to say. Will, you've had some experience recently with Mac OS, and you've got your secret Windows gaming PC, which we don't talk about. So, what's it going to be for you?
Windows.
Why?
I did think about this for a while, right? Mac is a bit more Unixy than the Windows is, but it's the games and all of the huge library of software that goes back over a very, very long time. And also, in my heart of hearts, I think that the Windows UI is better than the Mac UI. Don't at me.
I agree on that. I don't
agree.
No. Well, Graham,
Device Manager in Windows is just so bad. It hasn't changed since like 1997 or something.
The what manager? I missed the start of that.
The Device Manager.
But you don't need to go in there; it just works.
No, well, I've got a problem with Windows where it keeps having that connected sound, like something's just connected to my machine. It goes, ding-ding-ding. And how do I find out that? What is that device? I have no idea. But yeah,
are we allowed to mention what machine you're connecting to this with?
Yeah, I am running this on Mac OS.
Yeah, on your shiny new Mac Mini, which is not an M1 because you actually want your audio software to work.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, it's true. I would choose.
You did. I mean, can we talk about your Hackintosh days?
Yeah, so I ran a Hackintosh for a long time, 10 years, because purely for audio, because I probably bored you all far too much with this, but it's just much more consistently low latency and reliable when it comes to audio, and that's all I use Mac OS for. And so for years I ran Hackintosh, and then just a few weeks ago I updated it, and I ran into all kinds of problems. And the thing is with Hackintosh, it takes an awful lot of time. You have to do an awful lot of reading and then really get to understand what Mac OS is trying to do to be able to subvert the boot system and the various libraries that it's expecting, the BIOS configuration, all that kind of stuff. It makes Arch look simple. And so I kind of gave up and bought a secondhand Mac Mini off eBay. Which I use for audio. But I suppose audio is part of why I choose Mac OS. But I think I would choose it anyway because it's more familiar in a Unix way. The terminal's nice. And you can, Brew is pretty good as well. And Brew feels a lot like some Linux package managers. And at the moment, at least, you can still run your own executables on it. But I really hate the way that Apple's taking it. It's not something I would endorse. But yeah, I think I'd choose Mac OS.
I found Brew very easy to get in the state that you can get into with Linux package managers or even Python pips packages, where you can install something and you're never quite sure where it is. And I know that Windows is not necessarily any better than that, but I have had more problems with Brew than I have in downloading random executables off the internet for Windows.
Yeah. So for me, the question is answered with a question: who's buying? Like, if you're buying me a Mac, then yeah, I'm all for running it. But I am fucked if I'm paying that much. And yes, I know the hardware's great and whatever. And you pay the premium and you get this great experience where you've got the hardware and software working together really well, and especially with these new M1 Macs and everything. But if it's my hard, will not run on anything, won't it? Or like, if you can run Linux on it, you can run Windows on it. You know, you can build your own PC for a fraction of the cost of a Mac. So I think ultimately I'll probably fall down on the Windows side of things. I prefer the UI of Windows. I prefer how macOS is not shit like Windows is, and like if you combine the two of them, you get Ubuntu pretty much. So that's why I use that.
In 1972.
Yeah, well, it's Windows XP. You lot are always taking the piss out of me, but Windows XP was peak Windows, man. Or maybe Windows 7, but anyway.
Well, we'll get onto that, I think.
Well, we might do. Right, let's spin the wheel again then, please, Martin. And while the wheel spins, let's say that this episode is sponsored by the E Acute in Phelim's name, which is not the right font because WinPress had to fudge it. It's the elephant in the room. Right. What's your favorite CLI tool or desktop application? I'm just going to troll you, Graham. Audacity.
The one I use most probably is Tmux. I do most of my writing in Vim, but I don't want to sound too funny. But I do use Tmux a lot. Use it for persistent everything everywhere. It's not very exciting, but I used to use Screen. In fact, for years I used Screen and didn't know that Tmux existed. And I think it was one of the old podcasts where somebody said you should use Tmux. It's got plugins, for example. It's a lot more modern. You can make it looking good with Oh My ZSH. And I really like it. It's a lovely environment and really useful, really practical, and doesn't take up too many resources. So that would be mine. I've probably stolen everybody else's with that, but I went first.
No, totally.
Phelim, what are you going to go for?
SSH. As sad as that is, it just interconnects everything together. I have so many servers that I either hop through, automated through your config file. It's just so easy. And even servers that can't get out properly, set in reverse SSH sessions so they can get out through the tunnel that you've connected in, all this sort of stuff. It's brilliant. It's just an amazing, amazing tool. It's a bit boring and you don't even know it's there really if it's doing its job properly. You just connect to a host, but all the stuff it's doing in the background is amazing.
Yeah, I think I would have to agree with that. What about you, Will?
I said SSH as well. I think of it as top one, and generic any browser you like has got to be about the most useful desktop application there is. But yeah, SSH is just. I looked through my shell history at the command that I ran the most, and unsurprisingly, it was SSH.
Yeah.
And like Phelim says, you can engineer or hack together some pretty amazing solutions with SSH. I had a machine that I needed to log into I think it was like the Google OAuth authentication thing, and I could not work out how to do it through the UI. So I ended up installing Firefox on it and SSH forwarding X back to my local machine, running Firefox there, clicking on it on my local machine, going through the handshake, and that was good enough to get it working. So anything that can glue together all of those various bits that you need to get on is the best, most useful thing.
Yeah. Right, let's spin the wheel again. Incidentally, Popey says ls is his most run command, which is probably one of mine as well. Right, so while we're waiting for this, we can see how my somewhat green cider can disappears thanks to the cool green screen. Oh God, draw a Linux celebrity. I was hoping this one. Have we all got something to draw on? We're all somewhat.
Yeah, it's only when you mention it. Oh.
I'm not
I've
cheating.
got my cool Entroware pad.
Do.
Free app.
Each other. Do. Is that what we do?
Right.
Do.
All right, I'm going to have to reference. I practiced, right, and I'll show you my practice one in a bit. I had the reference picture up, but I had to reboot, so I've lost it. So I'm now going to have to try and draw this again from my terrible practice one. Oh, I'm so bad at drawing. What? Who came up with this question? Was it you, Graham?
Yeah.
Are you good at drawing?
No, it was just funny. I thought.
Okay, well,
Well, you'll be able to judge yourself in a minute.
and mine is not.
I
I'm hoping that mine is obvious who it is. But
thought the whole principle was that we didn't practice just so that we could have a laugh.
well, when you see that this is my second attempt, I mean, my niece, when she was about 10, I drew something and she said it looks like a 5-year-old's done it. So let's see. Oh no, now he looks naked. I'm gonna have to draw a tie on him or something. Oh no, that doesn't look like a tie. That looks like something else. All right. I think I'm actually happier with my second one than my practice. Can we get well, who's going to go first? And I can't actually hear back from Wimpress, but can we get like a zoom in on each person's and how long? Come on, it doesn't take long to sketch someone. It's supposed to be shit.
Hold on.
Who's ready?
I'm ready.
Right, can we zoom in on Will? Yes, we can. Somewhat. Right, let's see it properly. Will, you don't have to show us it properly. I couldn't see that.
The other screen.
Hey.
That's brilliant. Well, actually, that's great.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
It looks like he's a bit hairy, actually.
Hippie tucks.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, okay. Right. So should I show you my practice one first and then my real one?
Go on.
Okay, so this is the practice.
That's pretty good.
And this, I had to draw a tie on him to make it a bit better.
Yeah, I think it's pretty good.
Yeah, good job.
Yeah. Can you? Is it so? In the chat, tell us who you think I've drawn there, and what is this person doing?
Someone at
I think. Right, Phelim, let's see yours if you're ready. You've muted Phelim for some reason. Is that Jesus?
You know something? I wonder if we've chosen the same person, Phelan. That would be funny. Yeah, we
I
can't
think
hear
he's muted.
Yeah, I think you've muted yourself, Phelim, accidentally.
the excitement of it all.
Yeah, right. Well, let's have a look at yours, Graham.
Restart Pulse Audio.
It's reasonably good.
Wow.
Oh, Phelan and I done the same person. Yeah.
Why is Phelim muted? Have you muted him?
Phelim, check your mute button in the browser because mine had turned itself on for some reason.
Wimpress, did you mute him while you were pissing around with OBS?
You're muted.
No.
Right. Phelim, say something?
I'm saying something.
Ah,
Oh, yeah.
there we go. Blame Martin.
you were trolling us.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, so it is our friend Eric S. Raymond and that famous quote from his the Linux movie from 2003. I'm your worst nightmare. You sure you are, Eric?
Right. Well, that was really worth all the waiting and effort. So let's spin the wheel again then. Don't mention that name in this chat. Mine was Torvalds giving the finger to NVIDIA.
That's why I thought I was trolling you.
Yeah. What's the best version of Windows?
Jesus Christ.
Easy.
I didn't even remember this being in there. Did Wimpress sneak this in? Right, Phelim, yeah. What's the best version of
Clearly,
Windows?
it's the fully licensed legal version that I bought only a week ago.
It is 10, isn't it?
It is 10,
realistically.
yeah. 10 Pro. Yeah, no, I've tried a few, and I even had ME because we got it cheap from a guy who worked at Microsoft. I don't know, a guy in my dad's work or something, his brother. Yeah, no, it's just shocking, terrible stuff. I remember getting them all out, every new version that came along, and just, oh, cool, stuff doesn't work, or you had to get drivers. And there was no internet for most of that for the early days. So it was terrible. So
yeah,
10.
Windows 10 is actually pretty good. Like, I installed it on a machine that I'm going to give to my dad once I'm vaxxed enough to see him. And it was really good. Like, just Windows Update, saw all the devices, updated all the drivers for me. It was almost as good as Linux, but obviously took about 20 times longer. But it has massively improved. So I'm going to have to say 10. What about you, Will?
I disagree. XP is the only true Windows. Reason being that Windows 10 has got this weird hinterland between XP and what it will become in Windows 11, where you've got like the control panel. Some of it is the good old proper control panel from XP,
true,
and some of it isn't. It's this new one which doesn't work as good. So XP for me, it felt like it felt like a new version. It felt like everything was integrated. The UX of it was superb. Maybe that's just because that's when I was using it the most, but I just remember it being easy to use. Everything was in the right place. I don't remember it being especially crashy, but that might just be rose-tinted view. But yeah, XP for me.
Yeah, Shane in the chat says Tiny XP Beast Edition wasn't terrible for gaming. Yeah, I used not Beast Edition, but I used Tiny XP, which basically XP with Nlight, which took out all of the bullshit, and it made it really fast. But obviously,
The
really
Gen
easy.
2 of Windows, essentially. Look at you.
Pretty much. So, Graham, what's the best version of Strike Through Windows Mac OS?
Oh God. I suppose I've used quite a few. If you're really talking about macOS, but probably 7. I had God, what was it called? PowerBook 230.
I thought you were going to say 10.7. You mean
No, it
actual
was one of the
7?
7 ones. I really liked those. The 10, maybe the first 10 was all right. I'm not a huge macOS fanboy. Windows, though, I'd probably say XP practically, but I do remember being really excited about 95 and then 98. And I think actually it's the first time I saw video playing on a computer screen in a window, and that just blew my mind. It really did. And I think actually Microsoft at the time, even though they were coming to it late, the way that they were trying to take over everything by integrating the internet and their own internet into everything had quite a lot of foresight. And it was quite interesting at the time that I was on dial-up, seeing other people with Windows, because I was using my Amiga, but seeing their machines and seeing how much they could do and how much kind of optimism there was that the internet was going to be every part of the computer. Because at the time, for me, that seemed like fantasy. That was never going to happen, but they were kind of right about that.
Let down only by the ping of death.
Right, we've got 2 minutes, 1 minute. Let's quickly spin again and see if we can do a quick lightning round. It'll probably be one of the really long questions. So what's it going to be? What would you... Oh, no. Okay, Leonard. Yeah, what would you ask Leonard Pottering?
When will Pulse Audio work?
Graham?
Oh God, I haven't got anything prepared for this. And I've interviewed Leonard Pottering as well. What did I ask him?
Will, what would you ask?
I would like to know how he manages to stay motivated when people diss him all the time. Like people like Phelan, for example, just on his case.
He
all the
loves
time.
it. He expects it and he wants it. It feeds him.
I want to know how he turns up to work every day when the internet,
because
the
he
Linux
hates us
internet
all.
hates
He
him.
wants to kill all arms. That's why.
Right, Graham, have you thought of one now?
No.
Right, I haven't either. I don't know. I'd ask him, like, is it just going to be just your OS in the end by the time you come for our home folders and containers, and you've already got the sound system and in it and all the rest of it? So, like, do you really, is that the plan, to just rewrite the entire thing from scratch?
Should he have done anything differently? I think, but he would say no. This is his perfect solution to everything.
Yeah. Right. Well, we should probably get out of here then. Thank you everyone for watching. Stick around for the Ubuntu podcast coming up next. Until Monday, when the next episode comes up, which I haven't edited yet, so that's going to be a fun weekend. But yeah, so until then, I've been Joe.
I've been Phelan.
I've been Graham.
And I've been Will. Martin, can you throw to my screen sharing session? I've got it working.
Oh, no way. Hey! See you later.
Bye, everyone.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Ubuntu Voltage, not Ubuntu Podcast. Definitely not Ubuntu Podcast.
No.
My name's Alan. Welcome to Ubuntu Voltage at FOSS Talk Live 2021. And I'm joined by the faces of some friends. Hello, Mark. How are you doing?
I'm quite warm.
It is a bit warm, isn't it? What's going on?
I know. I've been out in it today.
Oh, dear. I've stayed inside, and I think Martin has also stayed inside, given that he's been organising this thing. Speaking of Martin, hello, Martin. How are you doing?
I'm evaporating here.
And we're joined by our special guest presenter, Stuart Langridge, from the cooler climes of Birmingham. It's nice and cool up there, is it, Stuart?
No, it isn't. No, it's really hot the whole time, and I'm sick of it. Everyone's like, hooray, it's summer. You're like, shut up, dude. Just be quiet. It's hotter here than anywhere else in the country. 27 degrees it was today.
In your flat?
Wow. No, like in the world. The flat's about 47.
Brilliant. So we're going to have a slightly different show than we normally do, which, I mean, it's different in the way that it's different every time we do FOSS Talk Live. We decided to do something different from our normal Ubuntu podcast show. And what we're doing is we've all decided to create something, much like we did in 2019. And we've given ourselves a limitation. I don't exactly know who came up with the limitation.
No, I was Martin, was it? I couldn't remember either. I was trying to remember.
So the limitation, I think, if I look back in our Telegram channel, I can find the bit where Mark said, I'm certainly keen to do it. How about, and then this was the criteria, make a thing, program, game, hardware device, whatever, that is controlled by one button. Once your thing is running, it can only accept a single button with a pressed or not pressed state. This could be a physical button, a keyboard key, or a software UI button as input until it stops running, end quote. That's the criteria for what we had to make. Now, we don't know what each other made up until a couple of hours ago. Some of us didn't finish until a couple of hours ago. Naming no names.
It was looking, I got to say, at the beginning of this week, it was kind of touch and go. But
yes. So we're going to go round and each present a short video of our thing. We've pre-recorded the demos so that we can appease the demo gods, and we will show you them, and then we'll have a little chat afterwards, and we'll go through each one of them, and then at the end, I'm going to post a poll on our Twitter account. That is at Ubuntu Podcast on our Twitter account, and you, dear listener, can vote for 10 minutes. So if you're watching this later, please don't phone in. Please do not vote later. It won't work. It only works now while you're watching this live. Okay. Like I'm watching a lot of Ant and Dec, you see. So first up on the docket, I think, is Martin. Do you want to show us what you made?
Oh, I do. Although I've done a bad because I'm not prepared. Okay, let's do this.
You're doing a Linux, lads, aren't you?
There we go. So, I wanted to buy an NDI video encoder. And if you're not familiar with what NDI is, it can be simply described as HDMI over Ethernet. So it's a network protocol to move video over Ethernet. And in fact, I didn't just want one NDI encoder, I wanted 3 for the desk behind me. So you can get these things on Amazon, and here's an example one. Round the back, HDMI in, Ethernet out, and it sends out the video stream of your NDI device, that the feed that you've put into it. However, they are £500 each, and as I said, I wanted 3, so that was a bit spendy. So then I had a think, and I thought to myself, I could make one of these for myself. How hard could it be? So I took an old NUC I had on a shelf, which is a 2015 NUC, an i7 NUC, and I took the motherboard out and I shoved it in this case from Akasa, which is a passively cooled case. So that now means that this thing runs completely silently. And then what I did is I installed Ubuntu Mate on it. I already had the Magewell USB capture device that I bought many years ago, and I bought 2 more cheap HDMI USB capture devices, plugged those into it, so I've now got 3 HDMI capture devices plugged into that device. And the two new ones I plugged my cameras into. You might be able to make out there's a rig of cameras over, behind my head. So then I thought this would be easy because I heard that FFmpeg had NDI support. So I went to go and do that, only to discover that a couple of years ago, there was a rather acrimonious and public falling out between the FFmpeg developers and New Tech, the developers behind NDI. And NDI support was unceremoniously ripped out of FFmpeg. So two years ago, no NDI for you. I did a bit of hunting around, found that some clever individual is backporting the NDI support as patches into FFmpeg. So armed with this information, I did the first thing every Linux nerd does is I headed to Snapcraft and I made myself a snap of a custom build of FFmpeg with those NDI patches. So I've now got a very specific build of FFmpeg with current version of FFmpeg with NDI support inside it. So this is my device, and that is my single button that I'm going to be using, and it's the power button. So the question is, what happens when you push the power button? Well, it turns the device on and it turns it off. My device is turn off and onable. That is its sole purpose. So what happens when you push the power button? Ubuntu Mate boots. The desktop is set to auto login, and then in the startup applications, I've configured it to start these 3 NDI encoders, one for each of those USB capture devices. And behind that, it's effectively doing this. Running a shell script called NDI encode and then specifying which video device it should be capturing and encoding. And that video device path corresponds to, in fact, here's the shell script that I made this. It's quality because shell scripts. And it has a configuration file for the video device. So this is an example here. So you can give it a name, tell it some input characteristics, and if you want to like flip the video or anything like that. And it picks all of that up. And as a result, when the system boots, these 3 terminal windows appear, one for each of the video devices that you're capturing, and it is now automatically broadcasting over your network these video streams. And what you can then do is you can go into OBS and say add an NDI source, and it will automatically discover those streams on the network, and you can now ingest them into OBS and use them as a regular video source. So by doing this with some used parts, I think I saved myself about £1,400. I spent like 120 quid on HDMI capture devices, and it looks a bit like this. So this is me. Hello. And if I just hit the wake up button on this camera here, there we go. So this is my desk here. This is the screen to my VIC-20 here. And this is what I've been using to do my live streams. So that's those 3 capture devices being pulled in live into OBS. And that's the thing that I made, which works with one button.
I have to say, it was not entirely what I was thinking. I mean, I expected something like, you know, a physical button. A physical button may be connected to some kind of Arduino that did like flashed an LED, or but then this is you, so it's the other end of the scale for pressing a button.
So once your thing is running, if you press your one button, it stops. That's what your one button does.
It just turns the device off. Yeah. Graceful shutdown. It goes off. Push the button. It comes up. And the reason this one button operation was useful for me is when you're doing the live streams, you don't want a load of faff and setup. So literally, I roll over there, hit the power button, and I know all of that stuff is just going to work. You know, it's just on and off. It's great.
Well, it's like an appliance, really, isn't it?
It is. You could say it's an IoT device.
Yeah, maybe. On that note, since it's a device with no user interface whatsoever, why the heckatash is it running Ubuntu Mate desktop? Why is it running a desktop at all?
So it has one other feature which I haven't explained here. From this machine,
for that?
No.
There's a secret button around the back.
From here,
do not press.
From here, I can send an NDI feed of what I'm sending out to my live stream, and when I do that, it automatically appears as a window over there. So when I'm live streaming from that desk and building computers, I can see like a representation of the live stream live in front of me. So that's why it runs a desktop. So I've got a video monitor.
As well as responding to a button, it also responds to this special command.
No, it's not a command. It's It's a Vahi or automatic network discovery. It just sees it on the network.
I was determined to disqualify this entry. So.
I feel like it'd be so brilliant if he does all this, and then we go now because it's actually got two buttons.
No, it's all automatic. Sorry, I'm not an idiot.
Brilliant. Okay, so that's our first hardware entrant into this. Remember, for those joining just now, we're going to have a poll later where you can vote which is the best. We're not going to give you a criteria. You just get to pick one. Yeah. Next up, Mark, how about you introduce what you did?
Go on then. Martin, take it away. Okay, so this is not my thing. This is the game that inspired my thing. This is a game called Crypt of the Necrodancer, where you explore a dungeon by moving up, down, left and right, but you have to move to the beat of the music. So if you randomly mash the button, it doesn't move. You have to time each time you press your button to the beat of the music, which goes with the soundtrack of the game, which you're hearing now and is pretty cool. As you explore the dungeon, you find enemies, and they each have a dance, and the dances have different rhythms depending on the different enemies. You've got to learn the dance so that you know how to safely attack and kill each enemy. You have to attack them basically when they're passive. So I was playing this and I thought, well, what if instead of moving in 4 directions, you could only move in 1 direction? Well, then you'd only need 1 button. So that takes me onto my game, which you'll see in a minute. The first thing you'll notice is it's quite a lot simpler than Crypt of the Necrodancer, because I'm not really a game developer, nor am I an artist. So I decided I would concentrate on making the game work rather than how it looked at first. So this is written in JavaScript. It's running in a web browser, and I will in fact post a link in the chat if you want to go and play this afterwards. But this grey rectangle here is your character. That red dot is the beat indicator, and this is the corridor that you're moving down. So to play, you press a key and it starts playing a beat. In this version, it sounds extremely dull. And then you have to keep pressing your button in time with the beat. And as you do so, you move along the corridor. There we go. If you just randomly press the button, not in time with the beat, you don't move. That's basically all of the actions that you have. I was a bit lazy because I didn't bind the action to a particular key, so it works with any key, but there is only 1 action. So basically, you're only moving right. So originally, I tried to do this by having the web page play an MP3 of something like a metronome, where I knew the number of beats per minute, and then I would, like, when the user pressed the button, I would try and tell if that track was where a beat would be. But the events in JavaScript which tell you where a track is are really inaccurate, and there was no way of me reliably telling if you were pressing it on the beat or not. So what I had to do was use a library called Tone.js, which is for sequencing audio, to actually live synthesize the beat, and that way when it plays, you can tell if you've pressed the button at the same time. So here is the finished version. You can see it looks a little bit different. The beat indicator is now green. I did wonder about doing some sort of pixel art sprites like Crypt of the Necrodancer, but then once I started playing it with the abstract shapes, I realized it felt kind of a bit like the game Thomas Was Alone, and that won a BAFTA, so I thought I'd keep it. So as before, you press a button to start the beat going. This time, I've actually got a drum beat. I've got drum samples, and I've sequenced them into an actual drum beat, which actually I found makes it a lot easier to play. And then again, you move along in time with the beat. Here we go. And it also gives you feedback if you press it too soon or too late, which one it was. So these blobs are your enemies, and each of them has a different sequence. They pulse in time with the beat, but some of them go red on certain beats. So you've got to learn the sequence of each one. The blue one is always safe, so you can always just jump onto the blue one whenever you hit the beat. The yellow one is safe 3 beats out of 4. The purple one is safe 1 beat out of 4. And yeah, these are just each one can have its own sequence defined just as a list of safe and unsafe sequence, which it then cycles round each time there's a beat. If you don't get it on the right beat, you get knocked back, which you've probably just seen, or you might see again in a minute, because I'm not very good at my own game yet, and I decided not to put on the cheat mode. So, and the big blue guy here is the boss, so he's got a slightly more complex sequence. And when you win,
I think Mark will reappear automatically. There we go.
Hello, did you hear that?
No.
When you win,
okay. So yes, so yeah, here we go. When you win, you get a score, and that is based on the length of the level, the number of times you hit or miss the beat, which calculates your overall accuracy, the number of times you took damage from enemies, and that maths together to give you your total score. Yeah, so this is all you're seeing here is SVG and CSS on a web page, which handles all of the display and animation, and that's about it. And I'll stick a link in the chat on YouTube if you want to go and play it.
Is -12 a good score?
It's a score. So I think a perfect score would be 3 times the number of rooms in the level. That's if you got it absolutely spot on. But then it depends, because anyway, something like that. It starts off, you start off with 4 times the number of rooms in the level in points, and then it deducts for every beat that goes past, and then it modifies that when you take damage and if you're inaccurate.
Does it work on mobile devices, or is it only bound to keyboard presses? It
listens for the key press event, so you could use a soft keyboard.
What, you mean a USB keyboard, or
no? I mean an on-screen keyboard.
They wouldn't, but the on-screen keyboard wouldn't pop up.
Oh, well,
because it automatically
it's on GitHub. File a bug.
Yeah.
Pull request welcome.
It's on GitHub. Also bind it to on touch. And then you'll be fine.
Yes, okay. That's not a button though, is it? I don't know.
I feel like after this, you're allowed to turn it into a real game that ends up on Steam and slightly alter the rules if you like.
Yeah, fair point.
How long did it take you to put together, do you think?
I'd say in total probably 12 hours working on it.
And
the hardest bit was...
Go on.
Well, so the hardest bits were working out how to actually sync up and get it so that I can tell whether you press the button on the beat or not. And the other thing was getting all that animation working smoothly and in sync.
Was there like libraries to do that? Because that's, in my mind, that's the hardest thing. So how did you achieve that?
So syncing up the beat with the key press is just when the loop in Tone.js is on the beat, I have it emit an event to say it's the beat now, and then I listen for that in JavaScript and apply a class or set a flag or whatever, and then the animation is all just done with CSS. So I tell everything where it needs to be, and then say and transition between those states, and then I just remove and add classes or numbers of elements, and then all of the animation happens. I didn't actually have to code any animation.
Something that might be worth looking at is if you use the Web Audio API to do this, then you can get really accurate timing out of it, which would probably help with the beat stuff.
Yeah, I will look at that.
He lied. Do you think you would? Yeah,
I'm
joking. I'm joking.
No, that was a real question I was going to ask. Are you going to keep doing this?
I have some ideas for refinements and for additional features. Like I was thinking maybe you could have enemies that try and attack you and you can hold down the button to block. And so you have to block in time with them attacking and then attack them back. That might be a fun thing to try and add. And also just actually trying to put some design into the levels and the layout of enemies. So that affects, like, to see if you could just have a perfect run where you mash it exactly in time. And if you get that first time, you get a straight run through the level. But if you mess it up, it makes it more difficult to then carry on like that.
I feel it could be a fun like speed run thing to try and
like
nail the beats like properly and get through to the end and get like a perfect score.
Yeah,
I think it'd be cool if you were going into the screen rather than across it, so it's 3D. so it would end up looking a bit like a Guitar Hero or something like that, you know. But
I
in
see what you mean.
reverse. But
yeah,
awesome. Okay. Remember, you'll be able to vote at the end of this. I'll put a link in the chat a bit later. Next up, Stuart has a creation to show us. Yes. What is it? Explain yourself, Mr. Langridge.
Well, so the music should have just got a little bit quieter. So I love the music to bits. It's an Incompetech thing, like all the music for all the games on the internet, and that's really cool. So as you saw from the intro, what you've got here is the members of the Ubuntu podcast are flinging things at you in an attempt to kill you. So Martin throws expensive GPUs at you, and Popey throws ThinkPads at you. Oh crap!
That pile of components is a ThinkPad.
Well, that's what happens when the ThinkPad smashes into the camera. It disintegrates into a big pile of components, you see. And Mark throws those teacher hats because he works on Moodle all the time. And it's the Moodle logo, which I didn't know until I looked it up. But you can protect yourself by collecting things. So there, if you collect that little picture of a Bitcoin, which represents crypto nonsense in general, then that stops Popey from throwing things at you. And if you watch him, you see his little frowny face. I just got hit by one of Martin's GPUs again. So I'm not actually very good at this game. The one button push, it's like the snake, except you can only turn left. Right? So you only turn in one direction, but you can collect. So you can collect things. As I say, if you collect Bitcoins, it protects you from Popey. Really, really, really expensive GPUs protect you from Martin, and bathroom stuff protects you from Mark after having listened to him on the Ubuntu podcast for 2 years go on about his bathroom stuff being his nemesis. So and you can also there are two other things you can collect. So you just saw there, just collected a toilet to protect you from Mark, and look, Mark looks sad. There are two other things you can collect. One of the things you may see, I'm not sure if it's going to come up now, is the Late Night Linux logo, of which they've been talking about changing because it's rubbish. But this is the little penguin sitting on a moon, and if you collect that, then you go really, really slow for a bit. Presumably because you're busy testing some random Linux distribution or something, or arguing about Brexit, or you can collect a Bad Voltage logo if I can get one to come up. I'll tell you, please. There's Late Night Linux logo. See, I just died immediately.
Are they as rare as Bad Voltage listeners?
Oh, I mean, I suppose I can't really complain at you having a go at me since I made a whole game about you having a go at me. So, the bad voltage logo protects you from everybody, and you get this cool striped screen. There's a Late Night Linux logo. There's a bad voltage logo. Gone. No, I missed it. So there, go on. Yeah, you see.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, you see, it's all three-dimensional. It took ages to make that work. So, long-time studiers of games that I have built will be possibly asking the question at this point: is Stuart ever going to get bored with the idea of when you die, it prints up some really big words of something that sounds like your parents being angry with you? And the answer is no. No, I'm never going to get bored with that. So that's. I haven't got a name for it, and I'd love a name for this game. I mean, I'm not going to release it or anything, at least partially because if you don't have the screen exactly the right size, all the writing's too big. But I'd love a name for it. What I was debating doing, I discovered that you can do games on Telegram. We went through, people who are in the Ubuntu Podcast channel may remember, a couple of years ago, we discovered that you could do this, and everyone spent 2 days playing this game where you had to chop down a tree and get points. And I thought, hey, I could do that because the game works on the web. And Mark, you could do the same thing. And my original plan was to get it wired up in the Telegram channel for today. But then, as I say, this has been getting this put together in time for this has been something of a race. And at the moment, I don't even know if it works in a browser that isn't Firefox. I do know that if you make the screen any size other than the size I had it, it doesn't work properly. So, not ready for public consumption yet.
Where do your artistic skills come from for the creation of the characters and the game art and stuff? Do you do all that yourself?
Well, sort of. So, the pictures of you three, I fed in some kind of online caricature-y thing. Headshots of each of the three of you, which it then gave me back, which is why one of you's a cowboy and one of you's a gangster or something. So it's like you know the things you get at the seaside, the big wooden boards where you can stick your head through a hole and then you're a cowboy or something like that. It was something like that, but online. The bricks on the sidewall are textures. You know, the astronaut was a Blender file, and the GPU was a Blender thing, and well, all of the things you can collect as Blender stuff. The Linux logo I drew, I modeled in Blender.
What? Really?
Yeah. All this stuff I individually modeled it in Blender and then rendered the whole rotation as a proper 3D fly around thing. It took ages, man. I couldn't believe how hard it was. I now know loads more about Blender than I did before. It's very exciting.
Go ahead, Martin.
So there are requests to see the very beginning of Stuart's presentation. So
are you able to pause?
No, I may. If I just go back here, it will play the intro of Stuart's game. So as it's being asked for, we'll just run those few moments. Okay. Here it is again, everyone.
What have I got my foot up on a crate of?
like I say, that was the caricature-y thing. If you've got the music playing, it'll be really loud at the moment. So
yeah, I've just moved it away. There we go. There we go.
Yeah, so this caricature-y thing, it just had that. And at first I thought, oh no, because it's picked a bunch of random bodies falling. And I was like, oh, that's actually hilarious. I'm keeping that. So
oh, dear me. Excellent. So would you make this available on itch.io or something, or do the technical limitations because it was done in a hurry that you've got it only works in certain browsers at certain resolutions and stuff?
I mean, I could do. I don't think it would take long to trick it up into something actually workable and worthwhile, and most of it's there. I feel like it has a limited amount of audience appeal, since pretty much everyone on earth who would find this game funny is currently watching the stream.
Yeah,
but,
I think you have a point.
So, and I feel like if you turned it into a game which wasn't basically having a dig at everyone else who does podcasting other than us, then people would go, but this isn't actually that good a game, is it? And they would say things, like, what's the character's motivation in this scene? Like, why is he an astronaut? And why are Mark and Alan and Martin attempting to prevent you from going down a brick-lined corridor into space? And then I would have to say, why have you got to ask so many damn questions? Shut up.
Very fair. Very fair.
The answer is I would not know. But I mean, I could do, and if people show a whole bunch, I mean, maybe if I win the competition, then I'll do that.
oh, I see. Speaking of winning the competition, I'll be tweeting out the poll shortly, while we'll have a little discussion while you get an opportunity to vote. And yes, the four of us are banned from retweeting it, so we can't brigade the. Yeah. That's not fair.
That seems
It's for the
fair.
people watching. We're doing this for the FOSS Talk Live audience, not
Yeah,
for
That's-
your.
and
audience.
That's
let me just
fair.
add.
So I will go retweet it from the Bad Voltage account, though. I'm assuming that's allowed.
I suppose.
Or are you going to claim that? I mean, just have Samantha tweet it then, rather than the Ubuntu podcast account, and then see how many people vote.
Well,
Okay.
more than the Bad Voltage podcast.
Now. Right, getting back on topic.
Now, as I switch to Alan's presentation, the URL for the Twitter account is there. So get logged into Twitter now, so you're ready when Alan makes it all live after his presentation, which is coming up now.
So I made Adrift, which is a prototype single button game. It's written in Blitzmax, which is last release was 5 years ago, but a new release was made last year. You hold space to navigate this menu, and then you tap space in order to go into the menu. This is the settings menu. There's also an about page where we describe that you are Captain Vu of the Ungulate Tub, a lightweight transport ship lost in space. Most of the ship's critical functions are failing. You're left with one command system mapped to the space key to control repair systems, weapons, and recharge your shields, then eventually jump into light speed. You're being chased by the Lacronics Marauders, who must be destroyed for you and your squad to survive. Protect the ship, save the crew, crush the enemies, and hopefully light jump home. That little last bit I got a bit from, wash your hands, hands, face, space. So this is the game, and if we pause it here, down the bottom of the screen is all the gauges for the things you can control: weapons, engines, and shield and hull. And on the right hand side is your control wheel, and you hold down space to charge it up and then let go to choose either weapons, engines, shields, or hull. At the top there's the time, 0 ATU. ATU is arbitrary time units. I couldn't think of something. We're currently in wave 1 of the enemies, and the next wave comes at 5 arbitrary time units. Your ship is in the middle of the screen, and when I unpause it, you'll see all of the things will start to decay because your ship is falling apart. You can see them all dropping, and the only control you have is to hold the space bar. I've just paused it again because there's an alien coming in. These are the Lacronics Marauders, and you'll notice that all of the dials have dropped a little bit. And if they get to 0, if the hull gets to 0 or life gets to 0, you're dead, because the ship has broken apart or the life support system's busted, and it kills everyone. If the shield gets too low, then the hull starts to deteriorate faster. If engines get too low, then they all start to deteriorate because power drives everything. If the weapons get too low, then you can't fire the weapons. So you have to kind of balance charging each of these up. And you can only charge one at a time by holding down the space bar to charge the red charge wheel. And if I can fire the weapons, and you can see it fires out a weapon that kills the aliens, and you'll notice the wheel is climbing. That's me holding down the space bar to charge up, and wherever I let go, it charges up. In that case, energy. This one, it's going to keep going past. The next one is shield. You'll notice shield is pretty low, and notice the hull is going down fast because shield is at 0. So I recharge the hull, and then I'm going to charge up a bit further on shield, I think, because the hull still deteriorates because the shield is so low. The further up you go in the quadrant, the higher the amount of charge you get for that thing you're selecting. There's a couple of extra bonuses, like if you can manage to get the engines all the way to the top, the engines to 100%, then you get a bit more life back. There's the collision detection is a little bit rubbish. There's no sound effects. There's no explosions. It's a bit rubbish, but it's really just a prototype to see if this whole holding down space thing could work as a control scheme for managing the things down the bottom of the screen. Now you'll notice the hull is dropping slowly, and I'm intentionally letting go of the space bar so that it kind of drops. You'll notice also the health bar above the aliens, it sometimes takes multiple hits, and the later waves take more and more hits to kill them. You'll notice engines is so low, everything's dropping, and once everything starts dropping, it's really terrible. So you have to be on top of all of them, and now it's game over because life hit 0, so life support is out and all your crew is dead, which is one of the mission parameters that you have, is to keep them alive. But if the hull had gone to 0, then the ship would have been destroyed, and thus the crew would have been destroyed, which is the other mission parameter, is keep the ship intact. And that's my little game. called Adrift.
Wow. Okay. So a point of clarification. I think a couple of people missed. How do you navigate the menus?
You just hold down the space button to move through the menus in the main menu or within.
In the main menu.
In the main menu, you just hold down space and it moves through them, and then you just tap.
So hold down space to toggle your position, and then tap to activate the thing.
Yeah, like every quarter of a second, it moves to the next option.
Also, everyone on the whole entire internet has asked how you pause it.
Well, I only added the pause so that I could pause it and explain it for this video.
Yeah,
the pause is not part of the game.
I think that's fine. Having meta buttons,
right.
that don't actually change the game, I think is reasonable.
There are also buttons which I was using during testing, where I can hold the state of all of the gauges just to see the aliens coming in. And I've got another button that lets me recharge them all back up to 100%. But that's just for me to debug. Those are not supposed to be in the game.
Do you have to shoot the aliens, the Lucronics invaders?
Yeah.
Well,
because they don't seem to do anything to you. They haven't drift past.
That is an unimplemented feature for the minimum viable product. I don't yet have the aliens shooting back. Yes, Mark.
There's like a particular order, like you have to hold down space for a lot longer to be able to recharge the engines than you do the weapons. Have you put a lot of thought into the order that they're set, or is that just what you did for now and you'd refine it later?
So there's a lot of balancing that needs doing, like the speed at which they decay and the speed and when the waves come and the speed at which the aliens come. And there's a whole load of balancing to do. I did initially show it to the kids, and it was Sam's idea to put them in that particular order. He said the one that is most important, the hull, put at the end, and you have to. And I don't know if you noticed, but it actually got slower to go round the dial the further round you went.
I was going to ask about that because I did notice it, but I thought, is this because he's got all the trig wrong, or is it meant to do that?
It's slightly elastic, isn't it?
Yeah, it's proportional. And actually, as it gets towards 100, it gets really painfully slow. It's really quite frustrating. So yeah.
So it was also asked, how did you come up with the names for your alien characters?
So Captain Vu, the ungulate tub. If you take those letters, it's Ubuntu Voltage.
Ubuntu Voltage. I got that one.
And the Lacronics Marauders is an anagram of Arch Linux.
I didn't get that one. I got the ungulate tub thing.
I have a feeling that everyone was pressing X to doubt over the pause key, but I think those explanations may just swing it in your favor.
I'll happily remove the pause key from the game. That's just, the only reason that pause was there was just so I could demonstrate it to you, because what I didn't want to do is try and explain it while all the dials were moving and aliens were coming in and all that kind of stuff. So
someone's also asked, could you just clarify what you made it with?
I used a programming language from the past called Blitz Max, which is free software. You can get it from blitzmax.org. It was forked and it's now called BlitzMax NG, which is the new version. And it's on GitHub. It's free software. And it's designed for making games. And it's got a long lineage all the way back to the Commodore Amiga.
I was going to say, this NG version is like Star Trek NG, and then it's from about 1992.
Yes. But
it's good, though.
Thank you.
How did you find building it in this? Because I mean, building an actual real game in something like BlitzMax, that sounds like a lot of work. But was it not? I don't really know.
Not. There's like a single command for loading a sprite, and a single command for putting the sprite on the screen, and a single command for loading audio, and a single command for playing the audio and pausing the audio and playing it again. Like when you pause the game, I pause the audio, and then the only audio in the game is I have to thank Joe Ressington for this, is the SOX audio generator thing that plays space
space wind,
white noise. Yeah, that's the only noise in it. And all I did was do SOX and then take the WAV file and load it into the game and play it on a loop. Right, I need to send the tweet out. Right. So you've seen all four of our creations. I'm going to tweet now. You have 10 minutes, and I'm going to unpin the previous thing that we had pinned, and I'm going to pin this. And so if you were to go to this link, if nobody's done it already, it's in the chat. There you go. I haven't voted, but feel free to vote.
You say it's in the chat. There we go.
In YouTube, yes.
Yes, there we go.
So, any further questions from the audience, or do we have any other questions to ask each other? Martin, would your hardware one?
Yep.
Is this like fixed in stone now? This is an appliance that you're just going to press a button, turn on and turn off after a while, and then you're done. Or
It's
are
its
you
sole
going
purpose.
to work more on it?
No. Well, there's a protocol called NDI-NX, which is designed to work over Wi-Fi, and it basically shoves H.264 video over the NDI protocol, uses NDI as the transport. And I don't know enough about how that works, but I'd like to get that to work because it's very bandwidth intensive, the whole NDI thing. I should also add, questions such as this and a deeper dive will be coming up in the next 2 Ubuntu podcast episodes, which we're rebranding for 2 episodes only as Ubuntu Voltage. So, yeah.
Perfectly happy with that.
Cool. Mark, do you think this is a stepping stone to you creating more things in JavaScript, specifically games? Would you see this as a creative endeavor that you would see pursuing?
That's a very good question. Because I only really think about writing games when we do a thing like this, where I have a particular, because that's what makes me think about, an interesting mechanic or something like that. I don't know what else I would do, but I would certainly, now I've got this bit working, I'd certainly be interested in exploring it further. And actually the way of like displaying stuff and animating it with CSS was like, I've tried to learn game engines and I have like a mental block, but because I already know JavaScript, I know how to display stuff and move it around. It's like a really quick way to get started, and then I can focus on actually writing a game. Right. So I could, if I had another idea, I would probably do it the same way that I did this one.
I identify completely with that. I feel the same way about Bash.
It's what I think. I mean, mine's CSS as well. It's all individual HTML things. It does all the 3D stuff. That way, so everything's translated into the screen.
I know, Stuart, you've made a few games before, and I know you've participated in a couple of game jams.
I have.
There was a Nokia one.
The low res jam and the Nokia 3310 game jam.
How did this experience of the Ubuntu Voltage jam, shall we call it, how did this compare to doing things probably on a shorter timescale, I would imagine, the other ones?
Yeah, well, the others, because they're game jams, they tend to be, do the whole thing in a weekend or whatever. The thing which made this one a lot more time pressure is that I wasn't going to do this idea at all. I was going to do something completely different. And I got most of it built. And then you lot went, well, we should do videos of this rather than actually doing the game live. So I had to completely throw the idea away and do something totally different.
So I was going to do a different thing to start with. I had something completely different in mind, neither of which suited a video presentation, as you will note from the fact that I did slides.
Yeah. So I will talk more about that in the show, I think.
Yeah, we'll dig into that.
Because I think that'd be interesting to go into. But yeah, this has been really interesting. I like the fact that a bunch of us went for games. I mean, I did think about, should I do something real? But realistically, no one actually builds a thing which is only controllable by one button unless that's an intentional constraint for fun.
Well, accessibility is another reason.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, okay, you could build that, but I don't necessarily feel qualified to speak to how someone who only has one button to operate something, what they would actually want out of a thing. And going, well, I think you'd need this. They go, did you got no idea?
But actually, that was one of the things that made writing a game interesting to me, because I had to think, well, if you've only got one button, what's challenging about just pressing one button? And that's what got me onto beat matching, because timing is one of the things that's challenging about it.
So like Flappy Bird in that respect.
Yeah, you got to get it absolutely bang on right. That was, because I mean, Popey, you look at yours. If we ignore the crazy menu navigation thing.
What's crazy about it? You just hold the button down and it goes
Literally,
through and then you let go.
everyone in the chat was going, well, how's he controlling the menus then? They explained it, they're like, really? That's
It
nuts.
says along the bottom of the screen.
Yeah.
It says in big letters, hold space to move to the next option, tap space to select.
But your model...
Look, there, right there on the screen.
No, fair enough, it does actually say that, I'll give you that.
Oh wait,
But-
escape
but-
exits.
Escape quits the game. Like,
I mean, yeah.
I'll allow
you're
it.
not even in the
That's-
game then.
That seems reasonable. Like, Mark, when you get to the end of yours, how do you make it play the game again? Is the answer you hit Control R? So shush. And the only reason I know that is because that's what mine does as well.
I'm pretty sure I saw Mark click the refresh button in the browser.
You massive cheat.
That'll
Oh
be another
dear!
bug
Oh, there's a
report.
backlash about the escape key in the chat. Oh dear! Oh dear!
Oh no!
To be fair, when I stipulated, I think in the description you read, I said once the thing is running, it only responds to one button.
Yeah.
I would have accepted navigating the menu to start the game as before the thing is running.
To be honest with you, yeah. You'd have had to talk a bit fast and justify it, but after some righteous hazing, you'd have probably got away with it. Yeah, you could use the.
To be fair, I wrote the menu. The very first thing I wrote was the star field, and then the very next thing was the menu. And once I figured out that it was possible to detect when someone's holding the button down and how long for and setting a target, I was like, okay, this is possible. So the menu was done first. And
Right,
then
that
when
was
I
like a
did
proof of
start game, I
concept.
then had to rewrite that completely because the mechanic in the game is not the same. You don't hold it down to choose something and then tap to select. It's the other way around. You tap to fire the weapon and you hold it down to charge up. So,
And that'd be super duper confusing.
right.
Actually, yeah. Wow. So,
How many minutes left have we got?
We've got
We've got 2 minutes left.
2 minutes left.
Okay.
So
Is it hidden from us because we're not allowed to see?
I think
when I say we, I mean
just thought
people
it
who
builds
aren't Martin.
suspense. I mean, anyone that knows the URL is probably mashing the F5 button in anticipation. I am not. I'm just waiting to see what happens in 2 minutes' time.
Yeah. Just to vote on this.
One of our rules of engagement is we're not allowed to vote. So
Mine's got built a program with one button, and when he presses the button, it registers a new Twitter account and votes on the poll.
Would you if you were going to do another one of these, would a single button thing, if it was a criteria, would it be something that attracted you or not based on your experience of doing this thing? Short answers.
I wanted to make I want to make the thing that I originally wanted to make, which was another hardware device with a single button, but not just turning it on, but turning it on, turning it off, and whilst it was on, that button operating it as well.
All right, you, Mark.
Yeah, I'd be interested to come up with another thing that's challenging about pressing one button.
Yeah, I think the constraints that, like, even in the past, the game we did in 2019 with the bash, with using bash, that was a good constraint. I know Martin blew it out the water, but it's still a constraint. You're not going to get like super high res video on it.
Yeah.
What about you, Stuart? Would you do a game jam that had single button or limited control?
I mean, I might do. Part of the problem with it is because it is constrained, and constraints are the mother of invention and all that, but it's also very contrived. Which means that I don't have all that much spare time in my life, so it would be quite nice if I wrote a thing and then it actually became like a cool thing once it was done.
Right.
And I don't know how useful a one-button game is. I mean, some of them are. There's loads and loads of mobile games which are one tap on the screen, Flappy Bird, all those things where a ninja climbs up walls or whatever, and they're fun. But I don't know. I mean, maybe something a bit less constraining. Like the Bash thing, that no one will have any idea that anti-alien attack was written in Bash.
No.
Admittedly, because it took Martin 6 months. But
yeah.
Okay, I think we need to bring the poll up on screen because we're running out of time here.
We'll mash the refresh button. There we go. And
oh gosh,
Alan's run away with it. But
look at that! Yeah,
I think that's well deserved, personally.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I'd play.
Well done.
Do you know what? I am so glad that's over. I love Blitz Basic, but I'm not touching it again for a while. I don't think.
Oh, wow. Well, congratulations,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Pope. I think that is well deserved.
So thank you all for listening and watching and taking part in the vote if you did. We will be talking a little bit more about this and some other things on the Ubuntu podcast, which will go out on Thursday this week and every week, of course. Stuart, are you joining us for this week's episode?
I will happily join you for the next episode to talk about this. And
That would be lovely. Thank you. And that's all for us on Ubuntu Voltage. And next up is the new show.
The new show.
Thanks all. Thanks, guys. See you soon.
Cheers.
Thanks for watching, everyone. Bye-bye.
Good night.
new show at FOSS Talk Live. I'm Joe.
I'm Alan.
And I'm Dan.
Sorry, I've done
here
this.
we
for a
are.
while.
I had to put my guitar back up there. So yeah, this is weird. We normally never do this as video, and this show hangs on its edit, and there's not going to be any editing. So I'm also quite drunk at this point. So who knows what's going to happen? We're going to answer some random questions as usual. I don't think we've even got a Linux one, so it's going to be some light relief.
So we're going to try and crowbar Linux into one of the questions, or not?
We can always try. We can always try.
It's got to be one of the answers to one of these questions.
Yeah. All right. The first question then. What's the silliest thing a significant other has ever called you?
I think probably the silliest one is Bunny.
Bunny.
And it was actually someone at UDS that started that.
Bunny as in Bunny Foo or something else?
Like a bunny rabbit. Like a bunny rabbit. Because of my nick, right? And so it was Jason Smith started calling me that as a joke at UDS, and then my girlfriend at the time picked it up.
Right. Now, I've been thinking about this, and I can't think of anything. Like, Joey is like the stupidest thing that I've ever been called.
The Joey reference from the 1980s?
No.
Okay.
Just Joey as in Joe with a Y on the end. I don't
Okay.
know. I think it started from the cats. I think that to make me sound nicer when describing me to the foster cats that are scared. It's like, oh, don't worry, it's only Joey. And so there you go. That's the dumbest thing. We've got one at the moment who's actually really scared and hiding whenever I go anywhere near him, but he's relaxed when it's just
you are quite imposing though.
Yeah. Although the previous one we had was scared of my wife and loved me. What's all that about? Anyway, what about you, Ellen? What's the silliest thing a significant other's called you?
So when I first started dating Claire, we had a philosophical discussion late at night. It's like a news show, but just with the pair of us. And we had a discussion about language and the use of, because it was early in the relationship, the L word, love. And we talked about how it means different things to different people. And we said, wouldn't it be good if we just picked a different word rather than use that one? How about we use a different word? And we did. And we both chose a different word. And we still use it now instead of the L word, or in addition to the L word. And so I say, I cheeseburger you. And she says, I curtain rail you. And that's what gets written in cards when we write to each other.
She curtain rails you.
Yeah, I think it might have been the very first thing she saw when she looked up, because we were in bed at the time. And
I bet you were getting curtain railed.
I curtain rail you.
Wow. Yeah.
I didn't know you were that adventurous, Alan.
John in the chat says, what L? It doesn't mean Linux. I Linux you. That sounds a bit better. There we go. We crowbarred it in.
We did it.
Well done.
Much like the curtain rail.
Yay.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Right. That's probably all we've got to say on that. Normally I'd cut all this bit out. And as I say, the show comes together in the edit, but now you're seeing behind the scenes.
Or we'd put it at the beginning. That's what you'd get at the beginning of the show, is just Alan gets curtain railed and you'd be like, what the fuck? And bling.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay. Right. What's the oldest piece of technology, excluding white goods, cars, computers, and guitars, that you still use on a regular basis?
Joe, what are white goods? Is this like
There's one right behind you.
Voting? Like what?
There's a white good in your camera frame.
Yeah.
Things that are literally white?
White goods are like fridges, dishwasher, washing machine, shit like that.
Okay, I don't think we use that term here.
What do you call them?
It's very racially
Domestic
charged.
appliances?
Probably right. So we had previously discussed this, but only in Telegram, and we sort of came to the conclusion that probably like plumbing, like the building I live in is over 100 years old, and the pipes that go under it are technically technology, and therefore that's technology that I use every morning, usually, and I'm using that technology every day, and it's really old, over 100 years. So the pipes under my flat.
Are we going by date manufactured or like date invented? You probably win either way with indoor plumbing, but
like the Romans.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I didn't know which one of those you meant. So I kind of like thought about a few different things. And I guess it depends on what you mean by technology, but I think the earliest invented technology, besides obviously indoor plumbing, because I didn't think of that one, is candles. Like candles, right? Like modern candles is like 1850s. Like they're not made out of like whale blubber anymore or anything.
Yeah, but candles as a concept have been around for thousands of years, haven't they?
Well, yeah, but like modern candles, like manufactured in a industrial manner with modern wax, right? I was trying to do my best to not totally cheat. But the other thing that I own that it's also an old object and was invented quite a while ago that I'd use regularly is a safety razor. And the particular safety razor that I use actually belonged to my great-grandfather.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Right. Do you use any of your ThinkPads regularly, Popey, or do they not?
Well, no, because you said not computers. So I can't.
Yeah.
So I interpreted this thing differently. I didn't realize this was things that exist near you that you're using by virtue of living in a house. I think that's a bit arbitrary, right?
Right.
Which is what plumbing is. I went for things which I have acquired in life somehow, physical items that I've acquired in life and continue to use. And so that is that lava lamp behind me, which
I wondered why that was behind you the whole time.
It's been there for years, actually.
Oh,
I just never turn it on, but I turned it on today because I thought of this question. And that was given to me the very first Christmas that me and Claire were together. Sorry to bring it up again, but first Christmas, that was the Christmas present that she gave me. And I opened it on Christmas Day and I was like, oh, holy shit. She thinks more about this relationship than I do. I didn't buy her anything anywhere near as good as that. I was like, oh, shit. But that was in 1997 that I got that. And the lava lamp was invented in 1963. So if you're wanting to, go back to when things were invented, then yeah, that's probably the oldest thing that I have acquired over time, and not thing that was buried in the ground by somebody else hundreds of years ago that I happen to be using by virtue of buying a house, which seems really stupid. But okay.
Yeah, Joe, I think you got to pick something like more explicit.
I mean, I've got a 70s lamp that well, it was for sale, but it was really dangerous. And I said, you can't sell this. It was like a village fate thing. And
I'll take it off your hands.
Yeah, well, I said, like, you can't sell this. Like, this is dangerous. And they're like, oh, right, do you want it then? I was like, all right. And so I rewired it, and now it's our cool lamp. And it's like it's really sort of kitsch 70s wooden, two like stags or some sort of deer or something. And it's really nice. I like it. So
is it a fire hazard?
Well, no, because I made sure it was nice and wired properly. It was just a death trap before, but it's if you know anything about technology and wiring of stuff, it's really not rocket science. I just got a new cable and a new light bulb holder and put it all together, and it's been working ever since. So probably that. It's a bit boring, but
yes,
I'll have to dig out a picture of it.
That actually still has the same lava or whatever it is, wax and liquid inside. A lot of them you have to get them redone, but this still has the same stuff. So genuine.
Unlike Joe's lamp of Theseus.
Yeah,
exactly. Well, don't change the light bulb in that for an LED, otherwise it won't work because it doesn't get hot enough.
Indeed, I have learned this. Yes. I had to go on the black market and get dodgy incandescent bulbs, mate, in order to use it.
Yeah, as John says in the chat, Technology Connections on YouTube has a good video about lava lamps. And he makes one, and it takes him ages, and he has to get the chemicals in there right and everything. It's actually harder than it looks.
I recommend getting a female friend to buy you one instead. It's much quicker and easier. It does mean an investment of 20 years of marriage, though.
with all its ups and downs. Eh?
Yeah,
Is that the exchange rate for lava lamps
it
these
is.
days?
It totally is. They're quite expensive.
Right, there'd be a musical bumper there normally. So,
Yeah, are you not going to play it? I thought you were going to play all the little musical.
I have to reach over here and not.
Yeah, come on, do it for the show.
And try. Okay, so it'd be something like.
Yeah,
Right,
nice.
that's the next question, which is, how many of the people you have a parasocial relationship with do you think you'd really want to be friends with?
Joe, what is a parasocial relationship?
Glad you are.
Okay, so a parasocial relationship is like the relationship you have with us, dear listener. So, well, except for all the people who actually know us. But if you don't really know us, or, you know, it could be any podcast, could be any YouTube channel, any sort of, you know, person in the public eye or whatever. I think it's more so with podcasts and YouTube channels because you really start to feel like you know that person and they almost start to feel like they're your friend. But then obviously it's a completely one-sided friendship. Like, you know, I meet people at conferences who, you know, somewhat feel like they know me, and I've had it the other way around. I mean, I had it with you, Popey. Like, I listened to the Ubuntu podcast for years and then met you, and now we're friends, and that, like, was
Yeah,
a
I'm
bit
sorry
weird
about that.
Yeah. But, you know, I've had that with, like, basically everyone in Linux podcasting who I've become friends with, Chris and stuff. I mean, that was weird. Like, but the first podcast I ever listened to, not even Linux podcast, was the Linux Action Show, and now I'm like friends with Chris, which is weird. So with that in mind, then, like, do you have any parasocial relationships, first of all, with people?
So let me get this straight. A parasocial relationship is a one-sided one where, for example, I'm consuming the content and I feel invested in their life, but they don't know who the hell I am. I'm a number on their subscriber chart, right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. So there's a guy who runs a YouTube channel, and he's similar kind of age to me, and he owns a canal boat, and he cruises up and down the canal and makes little videos, and he cracked dad jokes, and I feel he's a pretty chill kind of guy, gets a little bit upset now and then at things that I know I would get irrationally upset about. So I feel I have a connection to this person, despite, and I've interacted with him on Twitter, and we've had brief, like, back and forth conversations and stuff, and no more than that. And I think that probably qualifies. But I think if I were to actually answer your question, I would sound like a stalker. I would sound like a weirdo who wants to go and meet this man by a canal.
On his canal boat.
Yeah, by a canal, and I want to go and take him a present or something, or take him to the pub. Or I sound weird just saying it out loud, and I wish I hadn't. But oh well.
I love that. It's great.
Yeah, I think that's who it would be. Yeah,
I can just imagine you on like a little centrist dad date in a canal.
talking about painting our canal boats, but I in the same way that, like, you look at like a Linux podcaster, or someone in tech who's like well known, and you see them and you think, it's a bit of an aspirational thing there. I'd like to have all that tech, and I'd like to have that nice lifestyle and the Tesla and all that kind of stuff. With this guy, I'd just like to have a boat, a bit on my own, and not have anyone else around me. I kind of aspire to that, I think.
What about you, Dan?
Yeah, that's interesting. I think like the majority of the people that I follow on social media, I have met or know in some way. There's obviously some content creators or whatever that I haven't met that I follow, but I don't know that I'm like super invested in their lives in any way, really. It's just like, oh, they put out a new video or whatever. That was cool. Great job. Trying to think of like who do I follow that I've never met that I would legitimately be like, oh, they're probably a cool person, or I want to hang out with them. Like, I feel like that list is so small. Like, so many of the people that I think are interesting people, I would hate hanging out with them. I think that would be just the fucking worst. Just why? Any band that I follow, any of their stuff, or anybody that's in comedy or anything like that, I'm like, oh, you'd be such a fucking pain in the ass to hang out with. I am way too low energy for that. Like, I'm not going to party. We're not going to go back to your whatever the fuck and do coke off of somebody. Like I'm not going to do that. I'm too boring and I guess like old now. But I think I'd get like a beer with like AOC and talk about socialism. But that's about it.
Yeah, I have thought about politicians actually, and thinking about sitting with a politician. But I think because my political brain is too simplistic, and being centrist dad and all that, I don't think I think I would just sit there and listen. I don't think I would be able to engage in a conversation with them, and so I might as well just watch them on a YouTube channel rather than be in the same room. If they're going to buy me a pint and talk at me about politics, fair enough. If it's a musician and they're gonna buy me a drink and then play music for me, brilliant. But I feel I wouldn't want to engage with those people, despite actually really wanting to. But I don't feel intellectually capable of doing it.
I mean, that's the thing too, though, is like if you actually hang out with this person and then like want to have a conversation with them about the thing they do for their job, they probably don't want to do that at all. Like, I know for me, like if people like try to talk to me about Linux stuff when I'm not doing my job, I'm like, dude, no, can we talk about anything else?
Oh, that's weird. When people ask me about podcasting and editing, I love talking about that shit, man. I think it means you don't truly love your job, guys. The fact that you're
I think it's that
How
you
dare
don't
you.
talk to any other human beings, Joe. As soon as someone asks you about it, you're like, I must tell them.
Yeah.
This is the right microphone to buy. Don't buy that one.
Don't buy a condenser, buy dynamic. But as for parasocial relationships, like I have the weirdest one I have, right, is with this couple who sail around the South Pacific and vlog about it essentially on YouTube. And I got into it just by accident because for a while I ended up basically sort of sharing a YouTube channel with Chris from JB, because he was I was like a manager on that, and just for some reason his recommendations came to me, and so he got a load of guitar videos recommended to him, and I got a load of like people who are into RVing and stuff, and these people used to do RVing and then they started sailing, and it's a really good escape to watch them sailing around the South Pacific, and they've been in having to deal with COVID and everything, and I feel like I've really got to know them through these videos. But at the same time, like I just don't think I'd want to hang out with them because they're just too adventurous and too outdoorsy and too like the kind of people who would sail from America to the fucking South Pacific. Like, no, I want to watch that on a YouTube video from the comfort of my own flat, and then shit in my own toilet, not in a bucket on a boat somewhere.
I have started feeling a lot more emotionally invested in some of the people that I see on TikTok more than YouTube, because I find the people are it's a lot more raw, a lot less heavily edited, because you have to pander to the algorithm on YouTube, and yes, you have to on TikTok. It's a different algorithm, it panders to different things, whereas the YouTube algorithm is very much looking for particular types of content and omitting other types of content, whereas TikTok is pretty broad, but it's a lot more personal. And so I feel emotionally invested with there's this woman who has something called essential tremor, so she's like shaking all the time, and I'm invested in her life and how she copes with like eating and looking after herself. And there's a woman on there who is able to belch for about 15 seconds flat, like, and I'm emotionally every time she posts. I have to watch the videos like over and over again, and I'm invested in these random people on the internet. Is my own life so boring that I'm interested in some woman who can belch for a very long time? Yes, probably. That's probably all.
What about that lady who beats the shit out of the like what do you call it? It's like a torso, a rubber torso that you like do boxing training on or whatever, and she just beats the shit out of him. Have you not
That's
seen
not my
that
bag,
one?
mate, but okay, whatever floats your boat.
You get all these people on a big boat party, big boat dinner party
in the South Pacific.
Yeah, on the South Pacific.
Cool.
Right, I can't be asked to get the guitar, but just imagine some sort of bumper there. There you go. Right, and we've got through these questions a bit quicker than I thought we would. So feel free to ask us any questions in the YouTube chat, and we might consider them. And tag me or something so it lights up. So what's the next one then? What country has the best food? Now we have to pretend that we haven't spoken about this in the last episode.
Surely this is limited to what countries have we been to and experienced the food from, rather than my opinion of Thai food looks quite nice. Never been to Thailand. Food looks quite nice though. Like, what are you aiming for with this question?
I think that counts. Like, if it's genuine Thai people who are cooking it here, they might have changed it slightly for our market, but it is still the Thai food that I can get a mile down the road that way is still Thai food. It might not be the same as in Thailand, but it is still Thai food. So
okay, so it's not, you're not saying which country if you have been there or go there. You're saying the origin, like our expected origin of the food. So a Thai curry here, roughly Thailand,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, so you're saying cuisine, not location?
Yeah, let's say that. Yeah. Now,
that's a
clearly, the
different
answer is Britain with a delicious roast potatoes and bland roast bit of meat with no seasoning. That's clearly
Conquer the world for spices, doesn't use any of them in their cooking.
Exactly. Yeah. No. The answer is France. Really, French cuisine is the best. Italian people like to think that theirs is the best, but French is the best. And I say this as someone who has been to a motorway services. What do you call a motorway services? Rest stop, I guess. And,
I'm sorry. Can I just rewind? You're talking about the best possible French cuisine.
Yeah.
And you punctuate that with, I've been to a motorway service station.
Yeah. Now, hear me out.
Okay.
I've been to a motorway service station in France and eaten the food, and it was delicious. Now, that is the shittest food you're going to find in France, and it was delicious. And so, therefore, properly nice French food is going to be just amazing.
So I have experienced properly nice French food in France, in French France, in Cannes. And you're right. The food is amazing. I was on holiday many years ago, and we didn't have a bad meal in any restaurant. And a lot of them were like plastic chairs outside, plastic table, but it's a popular, relatively expensive place to go on the south coast of France. And the restaurants were great. The food wasn't super expensive, but the food was just, we didn't have a bad meal the whole time we were there. We went to one restaurant twice, and the waitress recognized us and said, "Oh, you've come back." And I was surprised at her surprise. And she said, "I said, why are you surprised?" And she was like, "Well, you got so much choice here, and you decided to come back here again." And I was like, "Well, we had a good time." So we got some free cocktails from her, which was quite nice for coming back. Maybe I tipped too heavily the first time we were there. Maybe that's all it was. I was drunk.
Yeah, I mean, I have had decent food in France as well, and it was amazing in little family-run restaurants and stuff. And yeah, I never had a bad meal while I was there. Like even a salad. Somehow they make a salad just delicious.
What about you, Dan?
So a lot of people in the chat are asking if I had curry, and I did have an excellent curry in London. That is true. That is a thing that London has, is great curry. And I did go to a nice Japanese place in London once as well. I find most traditional European food to be pretty bland and not very good. I know it's horrible to say, but I think the shitty American versions are usually tastier, and they make you way fatter.
Yeah, more sugar, more fat, more MSG. Of course they're going to be nicer.
Yeah, hell yeah, MSG. So I think, like, if I had to only pick one cuisine, which is really hard, it would have to be in between like Americanized Italian food and Mexican food. Those would be the ones that I have to pick, because I feel like there's enough variety there, and I fucking love tomatoes mashed up for some reason. It's just my jam. And I don't know.
Well,
those are hard to choose between.
We've had a question that is relatively similar in the past, and that was like if you could only have one meal or one food forever. And I think you and me, Dan, both picked pizza because that is clearly the best because you can do anything with it. So I suppose
Pizza's
by
the
that
optimal
logic,
food, dude. It's bread with tomatoes mashed up, cheese, and meat.
Yeah.
And maybe veggies or fruits or whatever else you want too.
You're basic. That's pizza is an open sandwich. Sandwiches have existed for years in every culture. Some kind of bread. It's boring. There's way better things to have than pizza. And every culture around the world has something better than pizza in their repertoire.
Pizza is like a swimming pool. Even a shit swimming pool is better than no swimming pool, and even shit pizza is better than no pizza. Like I had fucking airport pizza in Seattle, and it was better than no pizza. It wasn't the best pizza I've ever had, but it was still better than no pizza.
I have to say, one of the nice meals I had in Cannes was a nice pizza. But it was a French pizza.
You know what else is pretty good? Lasagna. It's like soft pizza. It's great.
Okay, I think we've done that to death.
Yeah, right. Okay, we're gonna jump around a little bit. So Rachel in the chat says, how long ago did you each install your current main OS, and what's your normal lifetime for a Linux installation? Popey, what's the command to find that out?
Sudo cat, well, if it's Debian based, var log installer Casper, I suppose. Casper.log, maybe. Oh, no, it'd be media dot something. Hang on. Sorry about the clicking. Yeah, okay. So if you do and if you ls var log installer directory, you'll see a date on it.
Okay, so I don't need to sudo that then.
August the 15th, 2020, by the look of it here. The date on the media info. The file tells you what you installed from. So for me, it was 2004.1 LTS and August the 15th, 2020. And that's because that's when I got this machine. I think. Maybe not, actually. Did I reinstall?
Oh, 2018 07 25. So 25th of July 2018. Oh, that's longer than I thought it would be. Oh, hang on.
How about you, Dan?
I'm in the middle of like a dev cycle right now, so I reinstalled on both of my usual machines, the desktop and the laptop, within the last 2 weeks for sure. And I feel like the longest I keep an install around is like 6 months, maybe.
Is that just because you nuke and pave and test the new installs and stuff?
Yeah, and especially like going through the first run experience repeatedly, I think is important for making sure that it's not annoying. And yeah, so I'm just dog fooding the installer and onboarding pretty regularly.
So if mine says 1804.1
in the media info file.
Yes, so that's what I installed from and then upgraded to 2004 now.
Yep.
Right, I didn't realize. I thought I'd done a clean install, but apparently not. So yeah, for me, I generally just do a fresh install of the LTS, usually 6 or 8 months after it comes out, when something annoys me. Something is too old to work for connecting to Mumble or something. But if I could just never upgrade, I would never upgrade.
So my newest machine is on the desk behind me, and it's a company laptop that arrived like the Friday before I started work, and it arrived with Windows 10 on it, and I zapped it and put Ubuntu on it, Kubuntu actually, and it's been sat on that desk ever since I started. So that's like 4 weeks ago I started, and I haven't actually turned it off since. So it's got like 20 days uptime just from that one install. So yeah, that's my most
uptime is another thing. Mine is 2.5 hours since I last rebooted, because my machine is either on or off. Like I don't get this. Like surely you have to reboot it every 3 weeks when you get a new kernel.
I just don't bother. Mine's been up 33 days, this machine. And that's only because it died.
I presume your uptime is much lower. Damn.
My desktop's probably been up for like 12 hours.
Yeah.
But that's about it. Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't know.
failure-
I think I do too much like experimental stuff too. I'll completely hose my install in one way or another and be like, nah, all right, it's faster to just reinstall than figure out what I broke.
Yeah. Phelim in the chat is very happy that you're using KDE.
Yeah, I've got KDE on everything now. All my machines are running Ubuntu KDE, and I'm happy.
I like how the
Why-
chat is still talking about pizza.
Yeah. Well, pizza, man, I'm telling you, once you get pizza in your head, you just have to have one. And like everyone,
I feel vindicated from anyone saying like, your barbaric American tastes are not good enough. It's like, I don't even know what accent that was, but
generic European.
everybody's still talking about pizza. Okay, so
Yeah, well, once that seed's planted, that's it. Like we're all going to have a pizza. It might take us a week, it might take us a month, but we are going to have a pizza.
Surely,
hearing about this,
pizza is, as I said, it is the lowest common denominator food. It's just cheese on toast.
Yeah, but cheese on toast is rank compared to proper pizza. Even shit.
yeah, you
pizza.
gotta have mashed up tomatoes, dude.
I did actually use when I was very lazy. I used to buy pita breads and get and just make like pizza out of them. I just like make a tomato and garlic and stuff sauce and herbs.
That
and then
doesn't
put
sound
mozzarella
lazy
on.
enough. More lazy would be to buy a pizza.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, they
but
got
then
frozen
pizza's
pizzas for like
salty.
99 cents, man.
Right.
Yeah, but they're just gross, and I don't know. I mean, it's better than no pizza, but I'd rather make one out of pita breads somehow. Anyway, we were supposed to be talking about Linux.
Have
but
you
I suppose
ever?
we've done that today.
Sorry, yeah, I'm back on pizza. Have you ever made your own pizza dough before?
Funny story. My wife makes a great pizza dough, and she can make a pizza from scratch, right? And I've seen her do it loads of times. And one time she was away, I was like, right, I'm going to do this. I've watched her do it. It's not rocket science. I can do it. And I made the dough, and I started rolling it out, and then it just started sticking to everything, and it was just. And then in the end, I got so mad, I literally screwed it all up with the greaseproof paper and just fucking threw it in the bin. I'm like, fuck this! I'm going to get fried chicken instead.
I've used the bread maker to make pizza dough before. That's like super easy. You just put it in a machine and press a button.
I've
Come back and
heard
you've got a
that,
ball
yeah.
of dough. It's great. Yeah.
Anyway, we should probably get back on track now.
Yeah, sorry. What's the longest uptime for your pizza that you've ever had?
Right. What's the one bit of advice you could give someone that's certain to be right for any given situation?
Should we save the best for last and let Alan be the old wise man at the end? Do we go in
Yeah,
order of
okay.
age? We
Yeah,
like
okay.
shittiest advice first.
Yeah, go on. You're a bit younger than me,
All
Dan,
right.
so you go.
All right. I was trying to think about what this one was, and I was like, oh, no, that doesn't apply. But the best thing I could come up with was figure out what your goal is, where you're at right now, and the smallest possible steps you could take to get there, and then just take one step at a time.
Right. So any given situation. So like say you're listening to three guys talk on YouTube. That's pretty good advice, right? But what if you are puking your guts up into a toilet, like having drunk way too much booze? Is that really
Well,
does that
yeah, my goal is I don't want to puke anymore. Where I'm at right now is I'm puking, and the smallest possible steps I can take to get there is probably to like drink some water or consume some bread, and then you do one of those things at a time until you can stop puking.
right? Well,
Very
that ties
wise.
into my advice, funnily enough. And my advice is have a sip of water. No matter what you're doing, you could be doing this, right? Say this cider is water. Like, oh shit, right, I'm really failing here. Let me just take it. Let me take some time to think. Now I've come
Your
up with
advice
something
is much more
excellent.
concise.
Yeah, just there is no situation. Same with if you're drunk as fuck. Not drink loads of water, just a sip of water, and that is always good advice.
What if you're if you've consumed too much water?
That's pretty.
Yeah, what
And
then, Joe?
And your kidney is failing because you've
Checkmate,
overloaded
atheist.
Well, That okay then. That's all I can
Well-
say to that.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, well, obviously I'm wrong then. What's your advice, Granddad?
My advice after many years would be write a list. Whatever it is, write a list. It actually feeds off of what Dan said, really, is break things down into small steps. But writing a list gets you to think about them more. And when you start articulating them by handwriting, and I don't mean typing it into a spreadsheet, I actually mean handwriting it on a piece of paper. There's something about that process of you writing a list that the list grows and you find there are more things you want to make a note of and more ideas come to you because you're in that zone of writing things down. And then start taking on the advice that Dan gives. Break those things down into smaller parts to get you to your goal. But yeah, make a list. Whenever you're panicking and overwhelmed by lots of things going on, stop, sit down, get a piece of paper, make a list.
And have a sip of water at it.
Or whiskey.
Or pizza.
Definitely
What whiskey have
pizza.
you got there, Dan?
This is Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey. This is Pinhook
And it's
Bohemian Bourbon.
2:30 in the afternoon for you.
It is whiskey 30. It is 2:30 on a Saturday, so I think that time rules do not apply on Saturdays. If you can drink mimosas at 9 a.m. on a Sunday, you can drink whiskey at 2:30 on a Saturday.
Yeah, true.
I would love to hear the advice from the chat to see if anyone has better advice than plan your goals,
See,
have a drink of water, or make a list.
doing video shows and people are like, your taste in food is trash. Your whiskey glass sucks.
Yeah,
Getting
but
roasted in chat over here.
I'm changing my advice. Don't do it live on YouTube. No matter what it is you're doing.
Whatever your goals are, don't do them live. Right. Yeah.
Nobody's commented about me being in my kitchen yet. So
What's written on your blackboard? That's what I want to know.
those are my mantras and affirmations, Joe.
Oh man. Go on, read about to us.
No.
Oh, you want me to read all of them? You want me to go through?
Read one. Pick
I'm
one
not
at
gonna do that.
random.
Okay. Well, the one I've had up on the board the longest is it's only when we believe thoughts that they gain power over us.
Whoa.
Deep.
That's well deep, man. Yeah.
Right, next question.
This out you, but we can't. So yeah, next question. Well, we've run out of questions. Thankfully, I've got backup questions. So let's do a computer-based one. Sort by name, size, or date modified. Also, thumbnails or list.
Okay, I'll dive in for this one. It depends, obviously.
Yeah,
because it depends what you're looking for. Like if I'm looking for my folder called sync, then I know it's halfway down the page, and I'm either going to scroll down alphabetically. If I'm some kind of lunatic and I have them in date order, then I'm going to start scrolling and I have to read every single line to try and find the folder called sync.
No, you don't. I'm typing it.
Well, I hadn't finished my sentence. I either have to scroll down the list or I have to start typing it and search for it. If I have them sorted by name and I'm looking for the ones sync and I'm already halfway down the page, I don't need to start typing because I'm already there. I can already see it. So it depends. If I'm looking in my photos folder, where I find lots of screenshots, for example, I probably want my most recently taken screenshot that I just took that I want to put in a document or I want to paste to someone. So I would probably sort by date. So, no.
What about list or thumbnails?
List with tiny thumbnails. Just to give me enough that I know that that's definitely the thing because the background color is the right color. I don't want big fat like things that look like a PDF that take up half the screen. I don't want that. I just want little tiny icons because I want to get as much on screen as possible.
What about you, Dan?
Most of the time alphabetical, but I agree with Alan that there are certain situations like downloads I want sorted by date and time. Screenshots, I guess, screenshots are technically sorted by date and time and alphabetically, I think.
Yeah, but do they have
because of the
screenshot
way they're
in
named.
front? Does it say screenshot blah 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 IMMDD or something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that means the date is halfway across the file name, which makes them shit. Because especially if the folder isn't just screenshots, it's
Well, why would you have more than just screenshots? Where
because
you
your
just
stupid
mashing
desktop
all your
environment.
photos together.
Right,
Oh
yeah,
my
because a stupid desktop
God.
environment defaults to putting them in the pictures folder and also defaults to having colons in the file name. What idiot decided that? I do not know.
Yeah, because you can't even put that on a Windows file system, can you? On an NTFS.
I know. Exactly.
Yeah.
Stupid.
Rachel's asking, what file manager do we all use? I think that's pretty obvious. You must be using, well, I'm using Thunar. Yours is, I can't remember what it's called now on KDE. Dolphin.
Dolphin.
Yeah. What about you, Dan?
Yep,
What's it called?
elementary files, obviously.
Elementary files. And
Yeah.
obviously Martin's saying
for the view type, though, I didn't answer the view one.
All right, yeah.
Yeah, so we have not just icons or lists, but we also have a column view. And
like the Mac.
I want to switch over to using the column view because I feel like it's probably objectively the smartest view to use, but I just, for some reason, just use the icon view because I'm a simpleton.
Yeah. Well, the good thing in Thunar is you can hold Control and scroll if you're on list view. Let me just double check this. Yeah, and you can make the thumbnails bigger temporarily if you want to see something. So you don't have to have it on thumbnails. Yeah. Whereas it infuriates me. My missus, I open up her laptop and she just has it on thumbnails, and it's like, how the fuck are you going to find anything? But I suppose she's quite a visual person and I'm not.
Okay then.
Right. I feel like the fatal flaw with the icon view is that if you're primarily working with images, certainly it's smarter to be using whatever your image managing application is, right? Like if you're really looking for images, shouldn't you be using a completely different application that's designed for like the categorization and organization of images?
I was really surprised when we started this question. I was really surprised that you actually fessed up to using a file manager. I thought you were going to go on some rant about semantic files and how nobody should use file managers. You should open the application that you want to use, and then it should have the data arranged that's most appropriate for that application based on the context and the last activity you did. I'm surprised you ducked out of that one.
Well, I mean, for the most part, yeah. But in some cases, though, like if you're using an open file tile logger, you're technically using part of the file manager, right?
It's funny. Wes says,
and then there's like developer. There's developer cases where, I mean, we do have file management in code, but it's not very complex. So I think there are some like file management cases that are different from like if you're using a music player, it should just do the thing with your music. You shouldn't be like manually moving around music files like a crazy person.
Nah, drag and drop. So you saw me try and cut in there, and Dan, there was too much lag, so that would normally get cut. So there's a peer behind the curtain for you.
I think the fact that you keep mentioning the curtain and cutting is worse than you just jumping over it and ignoring it.
Yeah, Joe, why are you so insecure?
I don't know. I don't like being live. I don't like it. And this is going to be preserved forever and I can't fix it. That's why I never do anything live, because you can't fix it after the fact. Like you say something stupid or make a dumb joke that doesn't land, you can cut it out if it's not live. Anyway,
real life.
I wish I could do that in real life. If I was just down at the pub and I made a bad joke and was like, oh shit, I'll edit that out later.
Now we're talking over each other, which makes it worse. Yeah.
Real life is like that if you never leave your flat and just only communicate with the world via podcasts. So there you go. Anyway, I'm getting heckled in the chat now. What else have we got then? All right, this is a great one. Describe in detail your most vivid dream. No, not really. What's your
That's Alan's nightmare question.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So I had this nightmare the other day. Let me tell you all about it. It was you guys telling me your dreams.
No, right. No, it is related to that. What's your realistic dream that you know deep down will never come true? So I'm thinking, I'm not talking ridiculous stuff like I'm going to fly to the moon, or I'm going to be a billionaire, or I'm going to be a rock star. I'm thinking more realistic. Like, I would love to have an epic train set, and I could totally do that. I could make that happen, but it's never going to happen because it's just not going to happen. So a realistic dream that will never actually happen.
Home ownership.
Yeah, I know that feel.
Oh, right in the feels.
Yep.
So this has got to be like not a dream. This has to just be like a modest goal that you're just too lazy to achieve.
Yeah, I'd really like to rearrange my desk, but it's never
Same. I'd like to tidy my desk, but it's not happening. I moved a couple of VHS. What's it called? VHS C tapes that were kicking around. What's written on this? Probably shouldn't show, but I had some of these that I was digitizing, and they just sat on my desk for 2 months.
The hell is that?
I mean, hang on.
So, but when you were a kid, Dan, we had VHS. So if you want to watch
I'm kidding.
video,
I know what that is.
no, but you know what? This was like went in camcorders and stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, this does sum us up. Like the fact that you could reach out and grab the fact that you could do that, and I can reach out and very conveniently grab a zip disk.
Oh man, I feel like I have to
Says-
beat that now.
But can you do this?
Oh, okay. Oh, we're doing one up now, are we? Okay. I've got unopened DV tapes. If that's any good to anyone.
Shit.
Wow.
What other old stuff do I have nearby?
I haven't got them nearby, but I've got some mini discs that are sealed.
I think I have some paper mail from the government.
So I have one of these, and it seems reasonable, and I know it's reasonable because I know people who do it and have done it, and these people are not billionaires, and that is visit Australia and New Zealand, and I don't know, they just seem like another world away, and I know it's like a few grand on a plane, and it's 24-hour flight or whatever, and it's just another country.
Quarantine.
And well, some quarantine. Yeah, okay. Forget the Rona, but under normal circumstances, a few grand and jump on a plane, and I could go to somewhere very far away, still do my job effectively, not look after the kids very well, but it is possible. But I can't see myself ever going to Australia or New Zealand. But
yeah,
it's perfectly attainable, but for some reason, I don't think I will. It's not on my goals. Maybe I need to follow your advice, Dan, and make it one of my goals and write down the small steps as a list, have a little sip of water, and then maybe I'll get there.
Right. That's it. That's where the music would fade up normally, because that was a good stopping point. Again.
Oh, I don't even get to answer. We just Alan's was so good.
Yeah, fuck you, Dan. No, go on, Dan. You answer.
Home ownership.
I only had joke answers. I didn't even real answer.
No, that's all right. Go on. Give us your real answer. Go on.
Okay, my real answer. I want to do a restaurant. That's my dream / goal that I could probably reasonably do. Edit that later, Joe, in post. And hold on, I'm going to start that over, and Joe will edit it. The goal that I would like to reasonably do is to open a restaurant.
Would it by any chance be
a pizza restaurant?
A pizza restaurant. I'm sure you could.
No, it'd be
franchise, surely.
Yeah,
no. What I want to do is like tapas style, where everything is like small bites, but have it all be like American food and like pub food
served on bread.
Yeah,
cooked in an oven.
Tons of bread. Yeah, fucking bread, fat, butter, bacon, beans, bacon, whiskey, lard. Yeah, all that stuff.
Yeah.
That's something that I could probably like save up. I could probably get a loan. I could probably, I know people in the restaurant industry. I worked in restaurants for years. I could write the recipes. I could do graphic design and marketing. Like I could do all those things if I really wanted to do, but I just don't have the energy. Not gonna do it.
Maybe you need to add some more things to that little blackboard behind you.
Yeah. Get off your ass.
Well, that's leaving it on high, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. You see, now this, I would have fucking cut
Well,
that
what was
out.
yours, Joe?
I told
Oh,
you,
yeah.
a train
It
set.
is.
A train
Oh yeah,
set.
the train set.
Yeah, I
Oh,
want
I
an
thought that was a
epic
joke
train
one
set
too.
with. No, that's serious. Like with all like the little models painted and like scenery and everything, and proper tracks that you can change direction and all that kind of stuff. I'd fucking love to have that. Just like a giant room full of it. But I could do, I could probably do like a small version of that in my flat if I just threw away some shit. But I'm just like, even if I ever manage to fucking move into a house, I'm not going to do that because I'd rather use the space for just storing old shit, probably, or I don't know,
Well,
setting up a drum kit.
I say let's all move to New Zealand, and we can open a train theme restaurant.
Yeah, let's do it. Right, that's it. So now, Marius, fade the music up before that in the final thing. So that's it. That's been FOSS Talk Live, I suppose. So thank you everyone for watching, and thank you everyone who has been doing the shows and everything. It's been great. And yeah, so I need to go and like quickly eat something, but then I will come back and be in the Late Night Linux Mumble room. So if you look at this below me now, latenightlinux.com/mumble, there's details there. Just to reiterate, if you have problems connecting, try the Snap or maybe the Flatpak. I don't know. I've never used it. Snap install Mumble. And you'll get a certificate, self-signed error or whatever. Just say, yeah, it's fine. Don't worry. And yeah, some people may or may not hang out in there afterwards. I don't know. I'll jump in briefly now and then see what happens. So yes, that's been FOSS Talk Live. Hopefully we will never do this again because next year and from now on it will be in person in the pub. So see you all later.